You seem shocked.
I'm looking at Twitter and I just saw a video of like some lady like making cereal on her collarbone. That's weird. People are getting creepy.
Oh, dude, that's like that's a scroll past on Reddit. You don't even let it load.
You don't tell me what I let see load in the internet.
Have you seen dogs with jobs?
No, but I am in about 10 seconds.
Because, like, fuck you, I'll tell you what you see. You load up dogs with jobs, and you scroll through it, and you watch some of those.
Oh, wait, it's a TV show.
No, it's a Reddit.
Okay.
You go to the Reddit.
I'm going to look at it.
It shows you pictures of employed canines.
This is like bodega cats, but, like, much larger in scope.
Fuck a bodega cat.
Okay.
This dog's on the job. Just doing its work.
Herding dog.
No, you gotta
sleigh dog.
Find one that has like goggles on.
Koala detection dog.
There you go. In the middle of the fires.
That might be the most obscure possible task
in the middle of
ever.
In the middle of Hellstralia.
Sled dog, balloon dog, fishing dog.
Yeah.
Sick child dog.
Go to rank by top of all time, maybe.
Okay.
See what you get.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of sled dogs and
yeah, but every once in a while there's like a fucking Didi in there where you're just like, ooh, what's your deal? And it's like, oh, you're trained to like turn the valves on this really important thing.
Mocap dog.
Solid.
Hey, you know Halo?
Mm-hmm.
You know the grunts, the little...
yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They got that fucking... all their sound effects, all their monster growls. That's just a pug pitched. Like, pitched down.
Wow.
Like the... you know, all
I
that
thought
shit.
it was like a gremlin.
Nah, man. Well, yeah, man.
Okay.
You ever heard a pug? And I meant not seen one. Heard one.
They also sound like Jawa type fucking...
Yeah, well, when they talk.
You know. Right on. Yeah. There you go.
I met a dog named Jelly Bean at MagFest.
Did it have a job?
Its job was to be old and Shih Tzu.
Mm-hmm.
Which I feel like, aside from my parents' new dog, I have literally never encountered a Shih Tzu under the age of 25.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the age tell, but
well, it's hard to tell with dogs that are literally already gray.
Yeah,
because
you have to ask. You can't just make a read on that. Like, unless you're like a vet, but like, the fuck? No, who's that good? No one's that good. So just be like, I can spot that dog's age just by looking at it. Like,
yeah, well, it depends. Like golden retriever, like any dog I'm like really familiar with that has like significant coloring. Like dogs that have black or like golden fur, it's really easy because they get gray around the jowls.
But something that's already gray,
you fucking
good luck.
You like some dogs you can tell, but only when they walk towards you. Because if they're really slow, you're like, that dog's probably old.
Sure. Yeah, there you go. You fucking you sub to that.
Okay.
You get in there.
I want to sub to like a Reddit that every time I scroll down, I go, what?
That's what you want?
No.
That is black magic fuckery.
Okay.
So black magic fuckery is pretty straightforward. Excuse me. You can look that one up, and it's just, it's things that make no sense for the first part of it or the last part of it, and you're like, or something that starts normal and then you just don't understand why it's happening in everyday life, or people that have talents or abilities that make no sense. I suggest that one. There's also maybe, which it's like something's about to happen and it might be bad, disastrous, or it might be amazing and you don't know which. So it's like maybe maybe.
I've seen a lot of dumb videos over my life, and you talking about maybe, it reminds me of that guy in the motorized scooter that fights the elevator. He's mad that the elevator has gone down without him.
Oh, and just
and
goes
rams
for
it.
Yeah,
And then at the bottom of the video is, by the way, he died.
Yeah.
And you're like, well,
Yeah.
okay, I guess.
Yeah. So that's the other thing too, is like there used to be a bunch of those. I think they kind of clamped down on, like
Videos of people dying.
So here's the thing. So there was literally a Reddit called like people dying.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, that's what it is. It's your fucking ogreish or your
you're rotten.
You're rotten, your Darwin Award type thing.
Yeah.
Now, however, if you were to check out people fucking dying,
okay,
I think you might enjoy it, because it's all alternating text of like low cap, high cap.
Okay.
Right? You have to type in that way, and it's like like rabid vicious doggo consumes human head whole.
Okay.
And it's just like a fucking lab just
like
putting
Saint Bernard
putting its mouth over a girl and then licking her face.
Yeah, okay.
And it's like, she's fucking dead.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Or like it's a cat inside of a suitcase and it's like sick fucks like suffocates a cat inside of a prison, or just like a cat sticking its head out of a box, and it's just like decapitated cat on cardboard, like just
Yeah, all right.
and it's always in the alternating cap text, and it's like, yeah, it's like, fuck your stupid shit, people fucking dying, man. The
internet has giveth us many, many wondrous things. Can I get a subreddit that is literally nothing but people running into glass doors and not knowing the glass door is there?
Probably exists.
Because
might not be popular, but it probably
every
exists.
time I have seen that, it is my favorite. Like, my day is made.
Yeah.
Like shoplifter hauling ass and like knocking themselves out on like a plastic partition.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh wow. Oh.
It gets pretty like, I've talked a little bit about it not too long ago, about how like you just scroll past a screenshotted headline on "I'm a total piece of shit."
Yeah.
And you just you sink a little bit. Top fucking level is good though.
Which one's that?
It's just an arrow pointing upwards. It's just like a fuck you, and it's just people doing next level shit, or next fucking level rather. It's next fucking level, and it's people literally just being exactly that. Like,
you know what I will occasionally
that's...
enjoy as a kind of roulette spin on emotions? The "Am I an Asshole" Reddit.
Am I an Asshole was out there. Yeah.
I term that a roulette spin because it covers every possible variation of emotions between like, oh man, that's hilarious, and oh, this has gotta be fake, right?
My roulette spin is fuck you, Karen. Because some of them are hilariously like, fuck you, Karen, and other times it's Karen winning, and you never know which one it's going to be. And you're just mad about
Karen.
Yeah, sometimes it's Karen posting on Facebook going, hey, there's a measles outbreak in my county. My kids are unvaccinated, and anyone have any suggestions? And then one person's reply is just like, yeah, man, just throw some Frank's hot sauce on that shit. I put that shit on everything.
What?
You're like, yeah, well, what are you gonna do? That's a dice roll.
I have some suggestions that I'd rather not repeat on air on this podcast.
It's a
for
dice
that particular Karen.
It's a dice roll. It's good. It's a good one. You can always count on accidental renaissance.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
That one's fun. Today I learned. If you want to just...
Today I learned is like pretty... Like oftentimes, like nearly exclusively, it's like, oh, I didn't know that, but it's not a big deal. And other times it's like, how did you...
Go your whole life.
Get through the day without encountering this once.
Today I learned also... it addresses... I don't... It's been a long time since I've done like a lost day on a wiki dive type of thing.
It's been a couple years for me.
And today I learned kind of replaces that, right? Because like you can go down these rabbit holes, but usually the title of the thing is interesting enough, and you can click and find one or two people asking the core question you have about it, and get that answer, and then immediately back out. So that has slowed down what is otherwise a horrible day of digging to find out the thing that the wiki article does not tell you about.
I feel like, though, ever since I discovered Dan Reichert, the Today I Learned shit is just super weak by comparison.
Okay.
Like, egg whites aren't the shells, Dan. Don't cook just the shells.
I don't get it, but I also don't get it because
What?
like I don't get why you'd think that, but I also don't know anything about preparing an egg. So
If somebody said, "Hey, cook eggs with just the whites," so that, like, for
right,
good
and he
cholesterol,
thought the white
would you
of the
start
egg
frying
was
up the shell in the pan?
because that's the white part of the egg.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Would you
that's-
do that?
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, that is a crazy thing to do.
Yeah. Okay. That is So, what do you call? Because I have and I do handle eggs from time to time,
If need be,
if need be, and there.
security purposes.
Well, there are some reasons, like the best cocktail mixes use egg whites.
Okay.
So I have learned how to crack and separate the yolk from the whites.
It's a pain in the ass.
It's not fun. But like what and then, like, you know how sometimes there's the like mini, I guess, embryo? What is it? There's the third thing.
You talking about, like, the red dot?
It's not a red dot.
Oh.
No, it's like a little connecting white piece in the middle of, like, the yolk that's sort of there. It's like a little extra gross thing. I don't know. It's all gross to me. No. Sometimes you have the egg, you have the fluid,
The membrane.
yeah, the membrane. Yeah,
Yeah.
that shit's not good. I
Yeah,
don't
well.
like that.
I feel like eggs are about the closest the average person is getting to handling, like, internal organs.
Pretty much.
Because there's, like, you get a slab of chicken or whatever from the butcher. Like, that doesn't resemble an animal anymore. That's a food product.
Liver is liver.
Yeah. But,
And-
like, the egg, it's like there's that part, and then there's that part where the rooster's penis goes in the egg, and
Yeah,
then
sure.
that's how it happens.
That is how it happens.
Yeah.
Right out and into it.
I don't know how birds work, dude.
And
They
then-
may or may not be real.
And then it does it with such precision that the egg seals itself back up
Yeah.
with nothing to show for the damage.
Did you ever have that childhood
There's a place that makes liver puree,
Okay, yeah.
and that sounds horribly disgusting.
Yeah.
But I had it and it was incredible,
Yeah, well, I mean,
and I've now turned around on that specific
the
organ
fucking
dish.
what do you call it? The innate, the non-innate, or maybe it is innate, to organ meat is just because, like, you usually just buy your food at the supermarket. Now nobody's making, or very few people are making their own cutlets out of, chicken number 2.
No,
in the morning.
but I mean, like, okay, if you go to dim sum, you might get offered some chicken legs.
Yeah.
And you gotta bite into a chicken leg, which is not that appetizing to me.
Yeah.
My
I mean,
mom,
like the feet?
the feet.
Okay.
Not when I say a leg, I don't mean the.
You don't mean
the
like a
meat.
drumstick.
No, I mean the actual foot.
Yeah, the
right,
foot.
or the rooster foot. Like,
Yeah,
that's
not a fan.
Nope. And like my mom used to cook and prepare cow tongue,
Yeah.
right? And she was into it. And
Yeah, cow tongue's all right.
I can't. It just
Is
not.
it just too real for you?
The organ is not meat, right? It's meat, but it's not. It doesn't have the same texture as, like, the actual fleshy parts. So you just get these weird, like, chews out of it. And anytime you have those chews that are a little bit more stringy than it's supposed to be, then you think about why that's happening,
I remember.
right? So whether you want, you get a pig snout. I've heard about that. I've heard about eyeballs.
Yeah, you gotta get that eyeball juice.
And I just can't get past it mentally. But I'll say this: the puree that I had was super.
Well,
good.
I mean, once you turn it into puree, you'll eat anything. I'll eat cricket puree. Fuck it. That's the future. Eating bugs and shit.
I mean, could you get past the legs?
Well, you grind it up, man.
But the legs, you're always gonna
turn it into a paste.
But you're always gonna miss like some little flecks of it, some little pieces. You know, like you grind it into a paste, and then you still get.
Well,
a little
I
bit
mean,
of a
if the
shell
alternative is literally eating my fellow man,
yes,
I'll eat the crickets.
Push comes to shove. You fucking.
You know what? Maybe you know what? I'm gonna walk that back. Haven't had any people yet.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Yeah. Could you do human meat if the person who it's coming from is okay with it?
Yeah, totally. Fuck it.
So if they're like, all right, my arm, and like, this is what we got to do.
Wait, like we're sitting at the table with the person?
If they're still around.
Like,
yeah. Yeah? You just...
That, to me, that's...
You answered that super fast.
To me, that's actually much more awkward.
But they're okay with it.
I don't want to be in the same room.
Wow.
It's
okay.
awkward.
So that awkwardness is the only thing.
It's the social interaction part.
Got it.
Well, no, actually, the number one reason is that there are about 100 fucking nightmare diseases you can only get from ingesting your own species, because it bypasses every single part of your immune system.
But providing that you skip all that,
yeah,
you're in. Fricasseed.
The
served with a Chianti.
the moral
beads.
Opposition to cannibalism is 99% centered on how did this get to my plate, man? Because there are very few good answers to that question.
Is the 1% will I become a Wendigo? Because it should be.
Being a Wendigo seems cool.
Pros, you never have to wear clothes again.
You pretty much live forever. Don't need dental anymore.
Cons, you are a feral beast thing.
Wendigo problems.
You can never enjoy media again.
I just looked down and saw the phrase, Pat, being a Wendigo sucks. I don't know why, but that just straightforward, just like...
Yeah, you're an animal
What
thing.
are you, stupid?
You're an animal thing. And like you might even have the memories of enjoying being a human thing.
All right, well, don't eat human meat, ethically prepared or not.
Everyone was already on board with that. You were the one that just said you're down to do it. You're now preaching out a thing, but you're the one that everyone's staring at going, you just agreed to eat the human meat, Pat.
Well, I'm not going to do it on some mystical
mountain. You can't
mountain.
draw a conclusion to a conversation that is don't eat the human meat when you are the one who said I would eat the human meat, and everyone sat and went, what? Like, you can't do that. That's not how you sum up a conversation.
Listen, if the human meat is prepared ethically and humanely, well, I mean, yeah, and I'm not gonna get sick. Fuck it.
Okay. And how
I'll get to say I did it.
And how would you want it prepared?
Well, I'm not an expert on cooking people.
If you had to do it, in what form would you want it served?
Okay, well, we're closest in consistency to pork by like orders of magnitude for some reason. So like I could eat one human bacon.
Smoked, dried,
yeah,
skinned, thin, strip.
Yeah.
Fried up.
Yeah.
Okay. See, there's a lot of really tasty versions of the way to do it.
Yeah.
If absolutely forced to, and there's no way out, Gun to my head.
You're in the mountains. It's no way down out of the
Alive.
blizzard. And
Steven's, it's fucking Steven. Whatever. Sly Stallone
yeah,
and John Lithgow.
there's no way down. We're gonna starve for sure.
It's not John Lithgow. I keep mixing up Cliffhanger with fucking...
Wait, that's
Oh.
super wrong.
That's super wrong. That's Cliffhanger. That's not Alive. Anyway. Fuck that.
You're hanging off the cliff and you're just
the
taking a
mountain
bite out of
the,
John
the
Lithgow.
Snow Mountain movies blur together in my childhood brain. It's they were both like things we'd see on the we'd go down to Videotron and they'd be airing them on the screen to be like, yo, watch this movie. Anyway, remember those days when you could watch part of a movie just standing in a video store and it would be like the whole movie if you just happened to stand
I do
there?
remember that.
Yeah. So
Do you remember if the guy at the demo kiosk wasn't paying attention, you could beat entire console games at the fucking kiosk?
oh, they were paying attention. They just didn't care.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't.
Why? They're not paid enough to care.
They similarly didn't care when you discovered that you could just return a used game forever. Until then, corporate made them stop doing that.
Yeah, always use the third save slot so that the asshole doesn't erase your progress. There's a couple things there. But put in that because my point was simply that I would probably go for like a medium or medium rare, not rare, no, medium or medium well, seasoned a little bit, but not so much because it's like if you're gonna do it this one time, you want to taste as much of the difference
the flavor
as possible, right? If you have to find out,
just give me a steak.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? Because if you have to find out, but then they fucking throw it in some General Tao,
Yeah.
and then you batter it and sauce it.
Well, I mean, that's a good way to be like, hey, guess what, everybody?
so that who
You all just had Jimmy.
Yeah, so that's all, and that's like who cares, right? That's Scott Tenorman shit.
Yeah.
Right? You're like, well, it doesn't make a difference. I couldn't even tell. But if you want to at least be like, I can say I know the real difference,
Yeah.
which, few people can say they do,
Yeah.
then you go for the one that allows you to taste the difference, which is not overdoing it with the sauces and
Yeah.
coverings.
Just a little bit of salt.
You know?
You know who I'd eat? I'm gonna roll it back around to our retail discussion. I once went and bought a cell phone, and it was the first Razor I ever bought. You remember the Razor?
Mm-hmm.
How cool those phones was?
They weren't, but I remember.
They were. Shut up! Don't you dare sit there and tell me the Razor wasn't a cool phone. Okay, hold on. I'm realizing a wild problem with the way my brain works. We're just entertaining like cannibalism for 20 minutes. No problem. But you're like, the Razor wasn't cool. And I'm like, shut up. That's crazy.
Yeah.
How dare you say the Razor Motorola flip phone was not cool?
You know what was the worst part of the Razor?
What's that?
Was all you Razor owners telling me how cool it was and then flipping it out.
It was cool.
And doing this and going, you want to see it?
Okay, so I'm now remembering I literally did that to you with my Razor.
All of you.
Yeah. Anyway, so I buy the Razor, and I wanted the blue one, and they only had one blue one left. And I'm like, yeah, my new Razor. And I pull it out, and there's phone numbers on it.
That's weird.
And I called one, and this guy answered, is like, who the fuck is this? I'm like, I don't know. I just pulled out a Razor flip phone, and your number's on it, and just hung up immediately. And I brought it back to the store, and it was such a great experience because it was totally that guy.
Yeah.
Because he was like, oh, wow, that's crazy. How could that have happened? Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to, like, call my boss. Oh, geez, that's... Oh, weird, huh? Do you want a different one? No, I would just like a refund, please. I would eat that guy.
You'd eat that guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He deserves the indignity of getting eaten.
What about...
Assuming he died of natural causes and non-paid and flee.
What about the child trafficker right next to him?
It's a pretty fucked up Radio Shack.
I mean...
Like, what is... Why are you working at Radio Shack if you're into the lucrative business of child trafficking?
Well, it's really because it's that if the first place you go if the first place you go on like the eat list is that guy that fucked me over by using my phone like a dick employee that one time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all dick employees
I think it's
dicks, but the worst that a dick employee can be to you is
the one who is late on your child trafficking.
It pales in comparison to the human beings that should be removed.
I ordered
from
free
this
range
planet.
children, please. This child was clearly caged.
On the list of rankings of people that should be removed from this planet, I think we can go a little higher.
Well, listen. I'm not going to actively pursue someone to eat them. That's obviously immoral.
But what about the most dangerous game of all?
Playing fucking dynamite tennis on bears.
Man. Anyway.
What's the name of the movie where Ice-T has to run away from Gary Busey trying to eat him?
I don't know, man.
It's Manhunter?
Maybe?
Or is that a Hannibal Lecter movie?
I don't know.
Because there's a movie where Ice-T gets invited by Gary Busey to come hang out with his buddies in the country, and then they're like, haha, it's actually the most dangerous game of all, man. And they're like trying to eat Ice-T.
Would it be called the most dangerous game? Would they have the balls to actually just call it that? Because that'd be something. But yeah, no, I don't know.
This has been an enlightening...
Tomb Raider, that's what it was.
It was, you're right. It was totally Tomb Raider.
So, yeah, so...
No, listen, I'm not going to chase down people to eat them. Cannibalism is not okay unless you make sure that every part of... Oh, man. Really dug myself in on this one.
Mm-hmm.
If I went to one of those, like, South American cultural funerals where you're supposed to eat the person,
mm-hmm.
I might have a bite.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that...
Of course, the premise of all of this is there's an underlying like life-threatening situation that you must engage in with this meat in. Could you cut open someone and get the food out of them if they just ate it, so it didn't have time to digest?
So it's funny that you mentioned this because I refreshed my memory on some of this a while ago. Are you familiar with the term chyme?
No.
So CHYME. Chyme. So digestion starts in your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It does
Mastication.
not. So you turn food into chyme.
Yeah, you've tried to push this a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, once it hits the stomach, it's no good.
No, by the
It's
time
got acid and stuff in it.
That's not true.
It's halfway to poo by the time it hits the stomach.
That is crazy. Listen, it becomes gooey and it does start to get coated, but it's totally still in its meat form or whatever form for a while because you barf, and when you barf it up, you see the pieces.
Yeah, would you eat barf is what you're asking.
It's not what I'm saying because there's a lot of acids that have yet to kick in. But if you see it going down and it's like coming down the esophagus and it's the only food.
I don't think you can get there fast enough, man. I don't think if you're digging around in this person, why are you going for the food that they ate instead of just them?
Well, that's what I'm saying is would the question is would that be less gross to you?
No.
Okay.
That's an extra step, and the distinction between food and cannibalism there is like razor thin.
Because at that point, you're taking the nutrients.
I'm stealing your nutrients
from them. From you're stealing the nutrients they had as opposed to the nutrients they have themselves. And you definitely avoid those disease bypassers.
All right, I have a question for you. Say you could install.
This better be a double down. Go.
It's a side grade. Say you could install a valve into a person.
Okay.
And you would turn the valve.
Okay.
And the food would exit their digestive system somewhere between their mouth and their ass. How far down the tract is too far?
The end of the esophagus.
Okay, so you don't want it to hit the stomach at all.
At all.
Okay. Yeah, pretty much.
That's my limit.
Once you add hydrochloric acid to it, it's basically
that's
poison.
my limit. Yeah, it's got to be esophagus or nothing.
Yeah. Be wary of somebody who answers that question any lower.
It's nothing good down there.
No. Hydrochloric acid's bad for you. That's why it burns when you vomit.
So, do you think the butt is...
All right. Give me a second. Oh.
It's not even that bad.
Yeah, but...
It's a back down. It's a double... It's a retreat.
All right.
Do you think butt meat is probably as the fattiest?
Oh, I mean, it's like that for pigs and cows and stuff.
It's probably the best.
Yeah, probably. Depending on the person.
Probably. It might be firm if the person's super fucking ripped.
Like lanky or whatever.
But it's probably the place to go.
Yeah, get a butt steak.
Right. Foot meat's probably awful.
I would not trust foot meat.
Calf is unchewable.
Yeah.
You know what might be okay?
What's that?
Like cheek. Square of cheek.
Yeah, you know what? Like a sandwich meat?
Just like a thin sizzle up.
Yeah.
Not too long on either side, probably.
Ethically, of course. Let's all keep this cannibalism discussion ethical.
They were savages. Okay with it, and they knew that you had to do what you had to do.
Yeah, if you stuck around this far in this conversation, you're just as guilty, honestly.
So
you've basically eaten someone already.
I mean, look, at the end of the day,
yeah,
we have surprisingly large options for what we can take energy from.
Aside from each other.
In general, human beings compared to other animals.
Yeah.
We can omni.
Omnivorousness is pretty rad.
That's a pretty big buff.
We don't have that enzyme that lets you digest grass, which is super good.
So imagine if you were if you were not omnivorous and you were in a fucking, you bring a cow to a desert, yeah, you're done.
Yeah,
that's
sorry,
the end of
cow.
That.
Your mouth isn't tough enough to eat this cactus. You're basically dead.
And there's definitely situations where we're done too. A desert's not that great for us.
No.
But
you can eat most of the other things that do live in the desert.
You could eat a lot of things if you come across them, maybe, right? The few things you might come across, if any.
Yeah.
Track down a lizard, maybe.
I'll eat that lizard.
You find a cactus.
Well, depending on what your tool availability is, you're probably still fucked on that.
If you have the ability to cut the cactus up and do some, you could do some shit with it. So we have some pretty good powers as far as that goes, and I think we should celebrate those
by not eating each other.
By occasionally, yeah. So, yeah, I always think every time those old goofy depictions of the savages that put you in the pot.
Yeah.
And then they're like, you're going to sit here and boil. And it's like, oh my God, it's like cartoonish.
Yeah.
With that whole thing. It's like, I have to just take it back to isn't that the worst way to prepare somebody?
It is, actually. It's a guaranteed way to get super sick.
It's like, why would you just boil them in this water? That's nasty.
My dad had an uncle. Some dumb fuck from out, lived in the city all his whole life. Went camping with the extended family, almost killed the entire family by being, oh yeah, I'll kill the chicken for dinner, and he shot it with a handgun.
With no special rounds.
That was it. You just shot it. And then plucked it, and then just didn't do any of the shit you're supposed to do.
Jesus
Almost
Christ.
Wiped out an entire branch of my history. I would fade away right now, Back to the Future style, had they not been some industrious French Canadians.
Human beings have been killing chickens and eating them for our
way before the dawn of recorded history.
There is so much knowledge on how to not fuck that up recorded. That is astoundingly stupid.
Yeah, sure is.
Well, anyway.
I don't know this family member's name. It was declined to ever be discussed, and he died long before I was ever born.
Not surprising. Probably preparing his own food. I was just going to get to the point that I had this discussion with Reggie, and I was met with some resistance.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You mean this whole discussion?
No,
upcoming
just the upcoming one.
Okay.
Boiling is the worst form of meal preparation.
Yeah, it's the worst.
There's nothing
Flat.
where it's just awful. With the exception of having to make a soup, it is objectively terrible for all forms.
Yeah, it's bad.
And the one example he was like, but what about boiled steamies though? I'm like, oh, you're fucking hot dogs? He's like, yeah, boiled steamies. I'm like,
steamed hot dogs aren't even boiled.
Like,
they're steamed.
And he's like, yeah, but that's how he's like, you take them and throw them in the pot and boil them, and then that's how you heat them up and eat them. And I'm like, and you would rather that than the one that's on the fire with the grill marks on it?
Yeah.
That doesn't taste superior to you, the extra smoky burn flavor? You out of your fucking mind?
Having the running tally of you're a dumbass in the side corner of my vision does offer the idea that I'm glad people brought to my attention, which is grilling pasta does suck ass.
Who has ever...
That's my point. You have to boil pasta. And pasta's pretty okay.
You could put it on one of those, like, diner grills that is like a...
Fuck you. No, boil pasta.
No, it's not a grill. It's just like a flat, hot surface that they make, like, grease food on.
What is that? It's not like a skillet.
They cook everything on it.
Yeah, the fucking short order cook fucking...
Yeah.
The mega stove, or what the fuck is that called?
The
griddle.
Griddle? Okay. Yeah, you can in theory put pasta on that and it won't fall through and just burn.
Yeah, but it'll just burn.
Yeah, it would. It would. But here's one counterpoint for that.
Yeah.
Crispy noodles are delicious.
Crispy noodles are delicious.
So if you have to fire them up a little bit to get them to that state, I prefer the crispy noodle to the non-crispy noodle.
Hey, let me ask you a question. You ever get like a bag of penne or like rigatoni or some shit from the store, and like your mom was like making pasta or fucking whatever, and you just like fuck it and you grab the bag and you like dumped a bunch into a bowl and just ate them like they were crackers?
Never would do that. No, because
it's okay.
No, because even if you want the end state of your pasta to be like better, you have to boil it first, right? There is a boil step you have to do for pasta first to soften it.
No, you can just eat crunchy pasta. You can just eat it.
Well, fuck you. You can enjoy your throat getting cut up.
No, man, my throat is strong.
So, and that is to say that
was that tongue noise like 10 jokes being put aside?
It's we all heard them.
Yeah, all right.
So, you saw like to get to the ideal crispy pasta.
Yeah,
you got to do the boil first. So it's part of the process. Can't take that away. But in 9 out of 10 cases,
I would never want to eat a boiled human, is what I'm saying.
Boiling things is awful. I had a friend back in church.
Oh boy.
And his father was a bit of a weird guy.
Yeah.
And he would everyone would bring their food to like, the luncheon.
The church picnic or whatever the
fuck. It'd be after service.
Yeah.
We'd bring out the meals and everyone would get their paper plates and their foil.
Yeah, it's wholesome.
And you scoop out. But he would always do his thing, and his thing was boiled fruit.
That seems awful.
Is.
Okay.
Was.
Yeah.
Continues to be.
I've never encountered this, but it doesn't sound appetizing.
There are old people out there that were taught that a method of fruit preparation is boiling it.
See, here's the thing I don't understand. Fruit, by its own definition, requires no preparation to eat whatsoever.
But what if you wanted it softer, soggier, and with some of the juices
Gone.
into the water around it. Like, what if you just felt like eating an inferior version of the thing you were about to eat?
What if?
Then you gotta boil it. Boil that apple. Get it soft.
Boiled apple, huh?
Boiling is the worst.
I gotta say, it's something for real that I'm sitting here and I'm like, I would rather have a human burger than a fucking boiled apple.
There's a discussion. You could talk me into it. I'm not starting there,
Yeah.
but you could talk me into it.
There's a circuitous path.
Because to this day, fucking 20 odd years later, out of nowhere, I am still remembering how horrible boiled fruit as a concept was. And I'm still throwing this dude under the bus for it.
Yeah.
That's how scarring it was.
I'll tell you what. You want to talk food scars? I can taste onion salt in anything now.
Onion powder?
Uh,
Like the yellow stuff they use in...
No, onion salt.
No, I don't even really...
Or celery salt. You know that shit?
Not really, no.
Well, I do.
I only know...
And if there is even a pinch of that shit in any food, I'm like basically gonna spit it out. 'Cause old people in my family are like, man, you're a fan of Seinfeld, Wooly?
Sure.
You remember Frank's days in the core?
Mm-hmm.
When you get old meat?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe if you season it long enough, it'll be fine. If you just put enough onion salt and celery salt on it, and you scrape the green off, then it'll be fine.
I'm only familiar with, like, regular table salt and then the super fine version that gets used sometimes, but I don't know much about onion
sea
salt or
salt.
celery. Sea salt, yeah, sea salt.
Those two salts and the entire meat of lamb are just go fuck yourself.
Lamb is delicious.
Not when it's slimy.
No.
Not when it could be characterized as slimy.
No, I can't say I've had slimy lamb. Slimy lamb that's no.
That then makes you shit your ass for a whole day.
No, that's no good. But lamb I've had prepared Afghan style, which is like with the
like bandit lamb?
Like a big old shank with the bone in it, sitting on a plate of like basmati rice.
Yeah.
The different three colored rice things and with a yogurt sauce. It's incredible.
You know what?
Fucking good.
Food memories are intense, is what we're discovering. Bad food experiences will integrate into your mind strongly.
If I taste bouillon cube soup powder,
yeah,
it doesn't matter what the dish is. My grandmother made it, and that was her seasoning and everything.
Literally every single
time she would grab some soup powder.
That's how you put it on. Yeah.
Right, your rice with the gravy. The gravy's got soup powder in it. You taste that yellow kick.
Fuck.
You know, with that onion back
to
it.
This is awful.
And it's not like it didn't start that bad, but after every single meal had that taste to it, it can fucking go. It can go. And it was something that was just like, you're only doing this because you like this. Like, you're not
cooking for the family right
anybody. You're doing this because you like it, and you're making everything fucking tainted by that.
Like, my mom is like a decent cook. She's not the best cook. She's not a bad cook. She loves bland food, like terrible bland food. But when she would make it, she'd be like, all right, so I'm going to dole out my own shit for me and then season it for the remainder of the humans in the household.
Yeah.
For everybody else.
No, one thing I'll say my mom was good at was like making shit that she had no interest in eating whatsoever.
Yeah.
You know.
That is a noble act.
Yep. And like doing it well. like getting it and being like, I can taste this and go, yeah, I fucking don't want any
Now
of this.
that being said, I will
but
say
I can taste it and be like, you
I
should
will
like
throw
that.
poor mom under the bus super hard in that the classical situation of, oh, I hate rice. Rice is terrible. It's always so weird and buttery and ugh. And then I had Chinese rice. I'm like, oh, right.
Sticky rice.
Yeah, sticky rice is...
Different beast.
Yeah, it sure is. Want some dry-ass rice with some butter on it? No.
Why would there be butter in
Dude,
rice?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how that became a solution.
Butter is, in fact, an ingredient when you're doing rice, but you put the butter in the thing, in the, like, if you have like a pot where you're putting the water in, right? You can put butter in the water, but you can't put butter afterwards. That's so weird.
I don't know.
Right? Or if you have a rice cooker, you can just you can do that. So,
you know what I'm just thinking of? Boiling is so like disliked that even a new form of cooking, sous vide, which is closest thematically to boiling,
sure.
Like most people are like, okay, so you've cooked your steak for 4 days in your bathtub or whatever, like a psycho. Throw it in a pan for 10 seconds so that it at least looks like food.
There you go. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's just fire rules.
Fires are your friend. Well, I mean, no, not you guys. But for food purposes, fire is your friend.
Sorry, Australia.
Sorry, guys.
So
it's tough that this universal force of nature is being such a dick right now.
And that apparently some volunteer firefighters want there to be more.
What?
I don't know if it's real or not.
This feels like a stupid thing that I would say.
I don't know.
So where did this come from?
I don't know if it's real or not, but I scrolled past a tweet or two that involved someone saying that there was a volunteer firefighter that set more fire.
Well, sure, I guess.
And it was like, what? Are you serious?
Well, I gotta say,
is that even real?
This might be the lowest bar for veracity that has ever been on this podcast. I think I might have scrolled past a tweet where some guy said,
yeah,
is a pretty low bar for reality.
It's probably not real. But there was anyway, it doesn't matter. The point was that fire makes everything taste better.
Yeah, it does.
And the smoke flavor adds to a lot of it, and it's really good.
I bet Australia's delicious right now.
And if it were not for fire, right, there's theories that we would not have gotten as far as we have as a human race, because the cooking of meat allowed us to spend less energy digesting the meat.
Yeah.
And because we didn't have to spend as much energy digesting the meat, it was like pre-digested, right? The fire breaks it down in a similar way to what your stomach would be doing, but it does some of the work for you. So you just get all the good parts without the work, and then you can divert that energy to other things.
Yeah.
And so there's a thought process out there that says, like, the cooking of food literally allowed us.
But now we're weak to raw meat.
Well, sure, but at least back in the day, like, unlike, you know when you see, it's like, okay, the fucking gorillas and the koalas have to just sit there and spend all day eating their thing. So gorillas have to eat like 8 hours a day.
Okay, I got confused there for a second because I thought you were creating a situation in which gorillas and koalas are hanging out.
No, but they're similar in that they spend all fucking day eating.
Yeah, because they have inefficient food sources.
Right.
And pandas, too.
But it's what they got to do, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like, yo, give me that fucking eucalyptus. That's all they do.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that shit, if you could cut that shit down where you can, like, be like, okay, now you only have to eat for 4 hours because we found a better salad for you, then you'd be able to spend that, you know.
I remember reading up on sloths.
That
and
energy
like
and time.
baffling how they made it this far at all, because their evolutionary path is just like, what if you just use the minimum amount of energy possible?
Mm-hmm.
But it takes them like hours to take a shit, and for some reason sloths are unwilling to shit in the tree.
Mm-hmm.
They will crawl all the way down to the floor.
I held a sloth.
Did you?
Yeah. Went to Granby.
You're allowed to hold sloths in Granby now?
You have to become the sloth caretaker for the day.
Okay.
So we have a friend that fucking loves sloths, and so we got her a sloth mom pass.
Okay.
And so she got to go in and, like, you know, hold it and do and feed it. And, like, so we all got to kind of check it out. And I would say that the part of the answer to your mystery question about how they lasted this long is that their grip is fucking phenomenal.
Yeah.
And they could just stay in place up in the high place and chill with that
Yeah.
amazing grip forever. So
If they didn't have to climb down and shit themselves.
yeah, they don't have the most efficient system, but they do have a system that works for them based on the ability to grab that long. And meanwhile, for us, we do things faster, but how long can you hold on to a branch?
A bit.
We've seen it. There's a limit to how long you can hold your body weight up, you know? Like,
Wait, when?
not you specifically.
Okay, I'm like, we've seen it, Pat.
Human beings are garbage at holding on to our body weight
Yeah, it
for
sucks.
extended periods of time.
Well, also, we don't have, like, giant claws.
Yeah. You know? Like, it gets really rough after a very short period of time.
Yeah, live slow, die whenever.
So, the sloth doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Are they intelligent at all?
They're fine.
Okay. Animal intelligence is weird.
I bet you it's all just metabolism shit.
Yeah.
It's all just based on their metabolism.
You think they perceive time differently?
No, I don't think so.
Like, everybody's just so fast?
I mean, insects seem really fast to us.
They are.
So,
But it's all relative. According to Einstein, you're experiencing time at a different rate than me right now.
microfractionally,
Like, infinity
I am.
variation.
Yeah, because light is not the exact same
Yeah.
for me than it is
That's
for you.
crazy.
And that applies across the globe. This is science. Whatever happened to I fucking love science?
Like,
Are they still around?
I mean, Vsauce kind of ate their lunch.
I used to subscribe to that and, like, check out its posts. It was on Facebook.
Yeah, that's what happened.
That's why. I was like, where did that go? And I was like, oh, that's not around anymore. That's why.
Like, because, like, in my mind palace, like, my brain goes, I fucking love science, turns into, hi, Michael from Vsauce here. Did you know about black holes? No, I didn't, Michael. Tell me about black holes. That's cool.
What'd you do?
Went to MagFest.
Mm-hmm. So did I.
Was nice.
It was nice that it wasn't super cold.
It was actually somewhat worrying that it wasn't super cold.
Somewhat worrying.
Yeah. America's still a weird off-brand movie set in my mind.
The genre of movie is about to change.
Yeah. Got to hang out with Foxcade and Butterbuns, which was the new people that I met in particular, as well as the current owner and non-founder of Saved You a Click video games.
Mm-hmm.
All three of the people that I mentioned, pretty cool.
Foxcade met pretty cool.
Huge and Chad and handsome and strong.
Clicky, is that what you're going with?
That's what I'm going with. I'm calling him Clicky.
Clicky.
He's
All
like,
right.
nah, man, call me this. And immediately the crowd turns against him and go, no, you don't get to pick your nickname.
Well, saves you a click. He's saucy. He comes out guns blazing. He's looking.
Fucking obsessed with Kamen Rider.
And Daisy.
Yeah.
People only saw half of that pin.
Yeah.
They didn't see the other half of the other side of the pin that said my waifu on it. But
Hey, by the way, I know you're listening to the podcast. Daisy sucks.
she's actually
Overrated. Peach is way better.
go see her in Sonic and Mario at the Olympics.
That's fair.
She's a fucking beast god. But with came in hard and fast with the burns. I can see the nature of it. I can see what's up. I can see what he's going for. Didn't see that age coming, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that was weird. That was upsetting.
Did not expect
40% higher Twitter account, like engagement. 50% age.
Yeah.
Upsetting.
Well, in any case, there was that, and I fucking got to fall in love with Ultimax again, because that cabinet.
I heard you had a streak going on the cab.
Had a streak going on the cab. Fought a really strong U. Like some tournament player was just beasting for a while. But I went back on multiple points, and then like at one point it was me, and then there was two other Montreal players that happened to come to MagFest, and on the left side was Guilty Gear, and on the right side was Million Arthur, and one of the players, because it was Spider and Airmaster, one of the players got a 16-game win streak, and I was like, okay, fuck that, that's the goal to beat, and I got to 12 on Ultimax, and I was doing all right, and then fucking Manita came by and just
That's what he was talking about. Now I remember. He said, yeah, I went down to Ultimax and wrecked Bully's streak.
he fucked my streak up. I was not too pleased with that, so I'm gonna give him that shit for a while. But yeah, I just missed that game, man. I just missed that game so much. Yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff that
I felt like had I gone down there and gotten a hold of it, I would have just become sad.
Like, I just don't know why they won't port it. It exists. Just port it, please.
Probably weirdness with the licensing.
You did the dancing game. Just do this one too. You're already using the license because you've put them in BB Tag.
Can we just
licensing
issues?
issues?
Oh well, actually, there's your answer, because BB Tag is the new face of that shit.
But that's nothing to stop them from making an old game available if you just want to check it out, like whatever, But
don't compete with yourself, man.
And then what was there? There was Devs Fighting Herds. Played that for a bit against the devs, and that was pretty fun. Then went back later with my friends and like started doing some sets, and then someone that was there just kind of sits down, picks a character that I play, and just starts fucking wrecking my shit in one round. And like the way they were playing, I was like, are you that person that jumped on my live stream and bodied me with this character?
Possibly.
And they're like, yeah, that was me.
Oh.
And you were just going to sit here and not say anything, huh? And there's like, yeah, that was Oreo. So that was fun as well. Coming along, there's a game called Blood, B-L-U-D, that I put it on the docket because they have a trailer, but it's fucking great looking, top down. It's
let me pull up a trailer while you're talking about this.
Yeah,
BLUD.
Yeah, and like the animation is fantastic in terms of like, it's like a Cartoon Network style. Like it looks like almost like
this is the what?
It looks almost.
I'm looking at it. I'm confused.
Yeah, like the proportions look, like almost Gendy a little bit. Almost some of that other stuff, but. And then you roll. You have a roll. You have a melee. You got a projectile.
Oh, this animation style is wild.
It's fucking great. We'll take a look at it later. But,
yeah, that's crazy.
Got to check that out and was really impressed with it. So yeah, but like I'll show you all that after. Too Mellow was around. That was fun. Talked about.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
got to hang out with Slow Beef again. Love hanging out with Slow Beef.
Missed him. Okay.
You know what's really bizarre? I remember being like ages ago and be like, wow, Sobeef's been doing this forever. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like, oh man, he's like a internet like staple,
Mm-hmm.
right? Oh, he's been doing it ever since I was like a child.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're hanging out, and like the longer time goes on, the less that gap becomes as a function of our total age. And like you're catching up,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like,
Yeah,
you're like a half step ahead.
well, the trick is that there's a certain limit where the future stops moving forward,
Yeah.
and then you hit the threshold, and now you're just there. So he's just stopped moving, I suppose.
He looks younger than I do.
Yeah,
It's upsetting.
But yeah, did that, and a hearty shout out to Mello for like getting that. He got a vinyl.
Yeah.
Yeah, of his shit, which is back there. And I also picked up a couple other vinyls at the game.
Can you give people
Informer.
a list of everything behind you later on? People are wondering.
I mean, I just changed it,
Okay, yeah.
so I
People
got
want to know.
I got a Metal Gear Solid one that I swapped out something for. I got a Deltarune vinyl that I swapped something out for. You know, there's a couple of different ones up there now. So,
What's the deal with vinyl?
it's music and it's a pretty box.
Okay.
So
How much of it is the higher quality of the music, and how much of it is the display purpose of the box?
it's entirely the display purpose.
okay.
Of the box.
That's
It's a glorified poster.
because they're really nice.
It's a glorified poster.
Yeah.
So, you know, there was all that stuff and whatnot. Had a pretty fun panel with Eyepatch Wolf. I hope that video goes up at some point.
Oh, you recorded it? Cool.
Magfest records all their stuff, so I think
Really?
there's a paper on the desk that said they record all their stuff.
Does that mean they recorded that goddamn Undertale and Donkey Kong musical?
I think it might mean that got recorded.
Because I would love to see the official version of that. I missed both of them, but heard like incredible stories.
Looking at there's a Magfest 2019 playlist that has all panels on it, so I suspect that'll be a thing.
Because Paige came back from the Undertale one going, it was incredible. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Yeah.
And then the DK one was like apparently next level, even worse.
Well, I'm gonna grab that and throw it up if I do see it. But you know, all in all, that was cool, and
Did you just say I was cool?
that was cool. I said.
Did I mishear that, or is Wooly losing his mind?
No, that's all I was trying to say. You know, saw some fun cosplay. Someone did a police knots that fucking I forgot.
You did say I was cool.
No, that was cool. That was cool. I said that was cool, but I didn't say that properly. It slurred out, but whatever. That was cool. Someone did police knots, and that was rad. And then it turned out that someone was Guro Majima, cosplayer that I follow. So that was like cool. So that was fun. Anyway, there was a Super Soul Brothers concert that ended on Chrono Cross music. So fuck
Best
you.
thing Chrono Cross ever did.
Fuck you. And okay.
I'll fight you all day about Chrono Cross as a full package and the battle theme, but the core of that game like is totally carried by the music, which is incredible.
I didn't know that, but we only discussed those two previous things, so I assumed it was all.
No, its overall quality is shit, and its battle theme is hot garbage, but the music otherwise is incredible.
I didn't realize that you felt that way. Okay, well then, yes, they ended on that, and that was nice. And then the Ska2 Network took the stage, and that was a lot of fun because it's exactly what it sounds like. It's songs you know and love converted to ska.
Oh, sick!
It's great.
Sure is.
Brass instruments are a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Upbeat.
Ska's forever. And you will never betray ska.
You just mad because you don't know how to skank.
You're so right. That's exactly why I'm mad at Ska.
So anyway, yeah. So there's all that stuff.
I mean, that was 5 days out of my week. And I mean, we didn't do the podcast last week, but aside from that, I was no lifing Destiny. And hey, Destiny's good.
I did some stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What else you got going on?
So, oh yeah, the soundtrack to Kamen Rider O's is all fucking. Just enjoy that.
Let me write down which Kamen Rider to skip.
Trumpets,
Nope.
baby, trumpets.
To self, skip Kamen Rider Oze. How do I spell
O's.
that? Like ooze?
It's OOO''S.
Ooze. More like Layman Rider. Hey, before we move on, I'd like to discuss something that I'm trying. And I want your opinion on it, Wooly. I've decided to just never fix any spelling errors ever again.
Kofifi.
Just fuck it. People will figure it out. The 2 seconds that it would take for me to have written that tweet correctly were not worth it. Fuck it.
I started doing all lowercase, no punctuation as a tone, as a voice.
As like a specific tone.
Yeah, well, the voice, you know what that voice is? To me, it's the voice of, like, there's the comic book panel where there's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And then there's the little line with the small text underneath it where you're saying a little afterthought about whatever.
So, like, it's going to be fine. It's not going to be fine.
Yeah, type of.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even have a circle around it for, like, the little afterthought. It's just text floating around your head. That's what the tone was for me. And then, like, I started doing that voice so much that at some point I realized that, like, wait, people are thinking that I'm actually sounding like that. I'm not even. I'm just typing whatever.
See,
and then parody became reality.
Here's the thing: is that my just refusal to fix spelling errors is actually a more accurate simulacrum of my actual speech.
Perfect.
Like me, I constantly say words bad, and writing words bad is like the new frontier for getting my point across.
Okay. So in other words, people will no longer overestimate your intelligence. They will now have an accurate representation.
They'll have well, not my intelligence, more just like my vocal ability.
Your communication skills.
My communication skills. There you go.
Well,
do you remember that argument I had with an old mutual friend of ours about a text message that escalated?
I do.
It escalated dramatically.
Yes.
Because I'm an asshole and they couldn't just admit that the message they wrote me made no sense at all.
It did not make sense.
It's that. So I'm bringing up a stupid argument from a decade ago just to get the reconfirmation that text that I got on my phone was unintelligible. It was nonsense. The meaning could not be derived.
Yeah.
And when I went, hey man, I literally don't know what that text message is, I received the response of, why are you such an asshole about my spelling all the time? And this then escalated to, all right, let's see if anyone else can figure out what you're saying. And the answer was no.
Yeah.
Fucking absolutely. And you know what? A decade later, I'm still upset because they never told me what it was supposed to be. The message was never delivered, ever.
There was also the argument that eventually got so convoluted that the sides became switched. when you discussed it. Like whatever it was at first, by the end of the argument,
God, what was it?
by the end of the argument, they switched it around.
We had an argument, and then they told the story, and they switched the positions of the people arguing, and people were coming up to me and going, "You sound like a dumbass," and I'm like, "Why?"
Yeah.
And I went, "Wait, no, that's the what? I was on the other side of that.
Yeah.
What the fuck?"
And then we go back to talking about random black things, and then at a certain point it would just it would just be like,
where's this going?
why? Okay. Yeah, that happened.
Oh man,
Yep.
that's a cherished memory for me,
So
and I'm keeping that moment alive forever by refusing to spell correctly. No, that's not true. I'm not refusing to spell correctly. I'm doing my best, but I can't type for shit on my phone. I got stumpy fingers. I'm bad at it.
well, anyway, the stuff that I did outside of what was previously discussed, I finished The Mandalorian.
All right.
Bum, bum, bum.
Good.
Great.
Great.
And I think you should wait.
What? Wait. Did something just jump out of your mind and just pull you back?
This is gonna
All right.
make no sense.
Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
Make no sense.
All right.
All right. Listen. I
Okay.
watched 1 to 7 of it. Right?
Okay.
And I remember thinking, I just assumed it was going to be like 10 or 13 or something like that.
Right.
Right. And then Punch Mom went and found out that it was actually 8.
Yeah, it's pretty short.
And then I was like, oh, okay. So then she's like, do you want to watch the last one? And I was like, yeah, okay. And then I got it. And then we were too tired, so we didn't watch it.
Right.
But like, I just passed out like playing Tekken.
Yeah.
And then like
Your gas of choice.
I was thinking about what was gonna happen.
Wait, is this you saying you didn't actually finish it?
And for some reason, when I woke up,
You're like, I finished
The Mandalorian. But I didn't actually finish it. I just watched up to the second to last episode, and my brain just said you're done because it gave me
right. You downloaded. You acquired it.
My brain gave me the end, and that was it.
You're done now,
So
and people are talking about how it's over.
The folder was closed,
right,
and that was it.
Yeah. What?
Man, Sleepy Brain doesn't make sense. When has Sleepy Brain ever made sense?
I woke up at 5:30 this morning.
It doesn't fucking... Sleepy Brain doesn't care.
I crushed my sleep schedule like never before. Before MagFest, and then I went to a con, and now I'm back to my regular life, and I'm confused and sleepy and confused.
Okay, well, I almost finished The Mandalorian. Not done yet, but for the brief miniseries, it's good. And
apparently Bob Iger and Kathleen Kennedy want to turn that into the next Star Wars movie.
Did that come out?
There's talks.
See, that is almost the problem in and of itself.
Yeah.
Right? The story is enhanced by its scale.
Which is very microscopic.
Very small, very simple stories. It is not about the big bombastic movie things.
No, it's about it.
Right? It's about the dude saying what needs to be said on when the moments occur. Like most of the stories have a lot of silence
And then Baby Yoda flips.
And then some stuff happens.
Flips a switch.
But then there's not. I'm saying there's a lot of dialogue.
Yeah.
But I just mean to say that like there's not a lot of like doing excessive extra shit.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of excessive world building with or like characters and things like that. It's like everything is direct to whatever the thing of the day is, or whatever the task of at hand is, and that's about it, right? And it works because of that scale, and it works because it's not going anywhere else in the lore, and bunch of fun little cameos throughout it.
I assume.
Yeah, you must have heard, right?
I almost spoiled the final episode for you, like with a joke.
Okay.
That, thank God, you were clear.
Okay.
About what's going on.
But like so far, like almost every episode has had like a fun guest star where you're like, oh, that's interesting.
Oh, look.
You know.
Like I saw what appears to be IG-88 at some point.
So there's that.
And I'm like, that is
first episode actually.
That's a joke. That's that's an actual like Red Letter Media gag.
Yeah. Yeah, first episode actually. And then there's other little bits where you go, "Oh yeah, okay. There's a reference to like the Mandalorian Wars."
Oh, cool.
You know, oh, okay, yeah.
Wait, seriously?
In a discussion. You know? So there's like little and it's just but it's not we're not going too hard. It's just a little thing, you know?
I saw Eli talking about this. Do you know what the plan for the next batch of Star Wars movies actually is?
I mean, there's a million discussions happening.
It's apparently it's going to be the High Republic era, which is 600 years before the whatever, so they're freed from their own mistakes. And Mass Effect started out as kind of a off-brand Star Wars, and now Star Wars is becoming Mass Effect.
High Republic is after the Old Republic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, whoops. We made it all stupid.
Okay.
Let's just move it slightly far enough.
I mean, they did pick a super fuck long time ago for KOTOR and Tor. So there is in between space.
You ever see the KOTOR comics?
People post pages.
The coolest thing about them is the technology sucks, and like lightsabers need like waist mounted like battery packs and shit. Like it's old.
But so much was so similar from
in the games. Yeah. They made the games look like the modern shit.
You want it to look like
the movie,
or like what would the Dark Ages of like space travel laser world?
Well, I mean the concept makes no sense at all.
Yeah,
because it's stupid.
Like
because Star Wars is stupid.
There's like, if, for example, if there was like no small fast ships, everything had to be a big committed traveling space vessel. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, Mandalorian is a good watch and it's enjoyable.
Good.
And
how adorable is that baby Yoda?
Well, it's funny because when they finally did start putting out all the toys, what are you gonna call them?
It's clearly not Baby Yoda.
That's no good.
And I forget the name of the stupid race that Yoda's part of.
It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't even have a name, if I remember right.
I mean, as far as I don't know right now, but
the child. But
sucks. They're just calling it the child on the products.
That sucks.
Because the thing is the internet meme name and the name that people would type in to go buy the thing is not the official name, and it would send people potentially down the wrong thought process.
Yeah, well,
so
internet named
but the internet doesn't care about that.
Who cares?
But there's money on the line. So I'm sure if you go type that word in at any Disney.com search box,
it'll just happen to pull up the child.
But it is not officially known as Baby Yoda anywhere because that's not okay. Whatever. The point is simple, and simple is good, and simple works, and in many cases, like it's what anyone who does like side stories, especially with a world like Star Wars where it's so massive, like Gendy realized this, right? Telling a small short story that focuses on the task at hand,
excuse me,
and you can infer the rest,
is
the tightest ship you can run.
Totally.
You know, least room for error. And this is exactly what that does.
I find it interesting that, like, I feel like video games almost got here first before movies for once. And I remember back in the aughts, people going, really don't need every game to save the earth. You know, like,
Yeah.
not every JRPG in particular
Yeah.
needs to be, because I remember Persona 4 came out, and
Yeah.
it's like your shitty boony town,
Yeah.
and that's it,
And then.
and one murderer.
But, yeah. But
then,
you know.
still the shitty boony town.
Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, but like, just, it's okay.
Did you see that article about ludonarrative dissonance?
Which one? There's a million shitzillion of them.
From fucking Naughty Dog.
No, what? Naughty Dog put out one?
So it was something that came out where they're talking about how Drake is.
Wait, is this a new article or the old one?
Someone linked it to me as a new thing.
Okay.
So I thought.
Yeah, Drake kills like a shitzillion people.
Yeah. And
it's fucking nightmarish.
And that has no effect on like his demeanor or character in any way.
He'd be like a warped husk of a person.
So like he has tasks that the story puts in front of him, but he also has video game quests to accomplish, which include shooting 100 people before getting to that door. Tomb Raider.
Oh, Tomb Raider is the worst ever.
Tomb Raider, you murder at least 500 people before you get off that island.
When Tomb Raider came out, did we have the podcast when Tomb Raider came out?
Probably.
Because I remember talking to you guys about it, and it's like, Tomb Raider makes this massive, big fucking deal about killing the deer, right? And then the first human murder by Lara Croft, and it's like, it's in response to like a possible sexual assault, and it's very dramatic, and it's traumatic, and it's horrible. And then you kill the guy, and she's like almost trying not to throw up. And then you pick up a handgun, and then you point it at a guy, and you shoot him, and you get a 10 XP bonus for headshotting him.
Yeah, right.
And it is the like,
yeah.
I felt like leaning back, just going, what? You failed.
Yeah.
Every part of this failed at what it was trying to accomplish.
Yeah. And then I remember immediately, like, yeah, I discussed this way back then, and so there might have been a lot of people that weren't around for it, but like I got mad at that game for not doing what I thought its promise almost what it could have been, which is like you're stuck on an island. There's some of the inhabitants are fucking crazy, and you've got some friends and you're trying to get out of there. And what I wanted and what I thought would be interesting really would have been a scenario that is, if you think of, and it's funny, Naughty Dog, because think of The Last of Us.
Yeah.
You know when you go to that one, I forgot his name. Is it Bill, I think? His town?
Dave?
Or the guy who like sets up a whole town?
I feel like it's Bill. I feel like you're right.
And it's all his zone. It's his area.
Yeah.
Imagine an island where the areas of the forest were set up like for individuals.
So there's like 6 people
16
total.
people, right? Your robot masters all have their corner of the island set up for traps to keep people out and to catch their own food and do what they got to do. And all of that Bill section, I just thought like, man, right? If you knew the name of every crazy person trying to get you on this island, right? You made it so that the pursuit and the eventual stopping of the threat was a bigger deal, right? And I'm not saying you need a bunch of Mr. X's, but I am saying that like a realistic number of people that were resilient in such a way that you could stop them in a bunch of different ways that weren't necessarily lethal.
Now, if this was a video essay, this would be the part where you go, and then you hard cut to like Lara coming out of the river of blood with an AK.
Now I have a machine gun.
And just mowing down like 100 guys in a single sequence and just going like...
Shantytown.
It reads like a joke.
Yeah.
It reads like, especially the interviews where they're like, oh, you protect her because it's so traumatic to kill another person. And it's like, okay. I don't believe you.
I want someone, and I know like this is something I'd never be able to do, but I have no problem putting it out there because this was an idea that I sat and thought about for a while, and it is something that should happen. Is a game like the ones we're discussing, a Last of Us, Uncharted, or Tomb Raider, or anything like that, where like it doesn't require you having a shootout with 100 people.
Yeah.
It requires you like getting away from a persistent 10.
You know what? This conversation always makes me it's gonna make me think about it for a long, long time. Is that Death Stranding fucking pushes the needle so hard in the other direction of like killing another person is the most impactful, fucked up thing that could ever happen to you in your entire life.
You should probably not do it.
Human life is sacred. It's a big deal. Take it seriously.
And here's another incentive to not do it.
Right. And almost every other game is like, yo, shoot that guy. That dude's a pussy. It's so ridiculous.
Like the game has ragdoll tech in it for you to appreciate the dynamic body collapses, because there are so many body collapses that you would start to recognize the same one over and over again. Like you want to have that guy go flying off that ledge and hit that wall.
You don't want the player to become numb to the slaughter.
No. So
you need to spice it up.
Make the body fall dynamic. It really it really should. Like, it would be so interesting. It would be so interesting where you could have something work that way. And if anything, it would be a bigger deal upon accomplishing what you needed to do. Mm-hmm. But and it would also make the persistence like that much more annoying because fucking Fred won't let up.
Jeez, man, Fred's he's going for it.
And you shot him in the leg. But you didn't have, or I don't know, you know what I mean? Or like you put barriers in the way, you're running away. Maybe you don't have a gun. Maybe having a gun creates the situation where you have to kill people with that gun. Maybe there's a different way of handling it. But like, how many times do I have to tase Fred and fucking jump away before he fucking gets the pitch?
It's fucking goofballs that the closest thing that to ever happen to what you're describing is like Mr. X and Nemesis.
Yeah. And then the one time, or not the one time, but like whenever a movie then adopts what is normal video game-ishness, like John Wick or Rambo, you notice it and go, oh man, this thing though, the body count in this action movie is insane. And it's like that.
Let's get a YouTube compilation of all the murder.
Like, yeah, but does John Wick even come close to Nathan Drake?
No.
If you put all three movies together.
No.
So that,
like I think the one, because the article you're talking about is ancient. Like it came out around like Uncharted 3's release, if I remember. But it's still like applicable because nothing changed. And I think the funniest thing is like, who's Nathan Drake supposed to be? Nathan Drake's supposed to be Indiana Jones. Like, flat out, right? Okay, let me think. In Indiana Jones, he shoots that guy with the sword. He kicks two guys into the crocodiles. He throws that Nazi tank guy into the plane, and he throws that other guy under the truck. And then the guys get killed by the Ark of the Covenant. And then the guy drinks from the Grail, right? What's the body count on all three indie movies combined? Like 16? 20 tops.
Yeah.
Because if you showed him like picking up an M60 or rather an MC42 and just going down the line, you'd be like, oh my god, Indy's a fucking bloodthirsty monster.
The article I'm discussing is The Last of Us director Bruce Stradley on ludonarrative dissonance, and it was published on January 7th.
Oh, so it's brand new.
This is
Jesus.
brand new.
Wow.
That's
crazy.
You can go read the discussion. But yeah, it definitely is something that, like, it bugs me because it's like, there is a solved problem of gameplay, which is create targets and then put challenges to.
We've been doing it a lot.
Stopping those targets.
We're quite proficient at it.
Yeah, it was a 2004 bar that was set, by like PlayStation 2 era times, and we haven't really moved on since then. And it would be like I said, like I would like a reimagining of that,
Death Stranding is really cool.
That's pretty good. It is pretty cool. I've done a fuck ton of non-progress grinding in that.
It hit you, didn't it? There was I was talking to you over the weekend, and I was talking to somebody else about Death Stranding, and then I turned to you and went, "Did you get the zip lines yet?" And you went, "I just got those zip lines," and I went, "Okay."
And now, like zip line second guessing, is everywhere.
There is a clip somebody sent me of my stream that is 5 minutes of me just swearing and going, fuck you, how could you do this, as I walk almost a kilometer sideways trying to figure out the exact angle to connect it at exactly 300 meters
while holding it out. Yeah.
Like,
I actually I build 3 PCC level 2s for every one I want to drop, because I know I might erase it and move it elsewhere if a further location becomes inefficient.
It's
right. So you create the next part of the chain, but then the third step is like, it's bad for the second step. So time to remake those two.
Just the only advice that works is get them on the highest points you can possibly do, and with as little surrounding.
Yep. That's all you can do, and I definitely understood that it's like, these are not supposed to be ski lifts that all take you on like an alternate back path, but the artery and vein analogy is really the best way to do it.
Yeah, it's like
use the road to do most of the work,
and then you get the tip of the final bit of road, and then you go west to east over that mountain,
hit the vein, and then go where you need to.
But then if you get enough bandwidth, you can just replace all video game with zipline.
Yeah, they use a lot.
They do.
They use a lot.
So the only way to fully max out your zipline network is to max out everybody, and then
see, I mean, like, for example, like going from South Knot up to the weather station is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Right?
Weather station sucks.
Right. But to go a little bit further down and then just set it up so that you can zip over to the farm takes quite a few.
Yeah, but then you can go from the farm to the retired prepper.
Okay.
Over to the archaeologist. But what if you wanted to go north from the weather station to the first prepper, and then the first prepper can hit the fucking cult lady?
Okay, well, I'm not there yet.
But what I mean is, it's like they have interspersed the locations just enough so that every path will have a midway point, will have a split that you go, oh, but I could totally link these out.
And because I just got introduced to them, I am not seeing any network ones yet. I'm seeing no server. I'm seeing Mama's and I'm seeing mine, and that's it.
The most nonsensical and frustrating part of the entirety of Death Stranding is building your own zipline network and then realizing, oh, there's one 200 meters away. Cool. And then, because they'll never build a line. They'll only build like 1/3 of them will show up in a line. And then you'll get to it and you'll start to scream at the person who's not there.
Yeah.
Because they put it in a bad spot. And you planned the approach to it only to discover that now I have to make one 102 meters away because you put it on the left side of the mountain.
Yeah. And the right side connects to 4 others. Yeah.
And it's like and then you hit the point where even though those are free bandwidth, you're just like, I don't even care, and you delete it.
Delete it.
Get out.
It's free.
Get out.
Yeah. So that's what's happening in the Death Stranding.
That game's nuts.
And then besides recommending Mandalorian, and then played some more Death Stranding, I started and completed Celeste over the break. So
can I get an air quote explanation of what you mean by completed Celeste?
I did the credits, and then I did the post-credits level, and then I did not do the second post-credits level.
Okay.
Because that level can go fuck itself.
Because I played Celeste for about 4 hours when it came out, and was like, I'm really enjoying this. Right up until I went off to the side of the map in the first level and found like a radio tower.
Yeah.
That it wanted me to jump in 5 directions in an order that was like a secret.
Oh, did you figure out the directions?
No, I looked it up.
Oh, okay.
And then it gave me a B-side, and I'm like, what's this?
Not a B-side. It gave you a crystal heart.
Whatever. And I'm like... And then I went back in and was like, oh, there's a tape. What's the tape for? The tape's for...
That's the B-side.
An alternate level.
Yeah.
And every part of my obsessive compulsive disorder just starts firing off.
See, all you have to do...
How do I...
You just play a normal game going forward.
No.
Well, then, too bad for you.
I should mention... So, do you remember how I played Mario Odyssey?
No.
Never got to New Donk City.
Always completed every star.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And you know what you discover?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are terrible.
Sure.
Like, a shocking amount of them are, like, gimmies or, like, you talk to a guy or whatever, and it's really frustrating. And I don't know what mental lie I have to tell myself to break that for Celeste.
You played it the bad way.
Because Meat Boy, I had no problem. Meat Boy, you just do bam, 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 and then there's the bonus levels that are fucked.
You should tell yourself that you will enjoy it if you don't play it this way. Because Celeste is pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
And going through it in like 2 sittings, it's not very long to get to the credits at least. I went through it in like 2 or 3 sittings tops, and you just like the crystals are like your stars in braid almost, or your bonuses that they mean something later, but you don't have to worry about them immediately. And then your B-sides are again just alternate.
What are the strawberries for?
So strawberries are nothing.
What do you mean they're nothing?
Strawberries are nothing.
Then why are they there?
They're collect them to show your friends how cool you are if you want to do an extra challenge, but you don't have to collect strawberries at all.
Then
the radio tower was not a strawberry. That was a crystal heart.
Okay, sure, but then why? I don't understand.
The crystal hearts do something.
I don't understand why you would even put the strawberries in the game if they don't do anything.
They're collectibles.
Just for the sake of collectibles?
Yes, and the loading screen specifically tells you that. It says these are not necessary. They don't do anything. There's no reward for them, but they are there if you want the challenge of completing that hard section they made. So some areas of levels will have a side screen where you can go and do an extra challenge.
Yeah.
To get a strawberry if you feel like completing the strawberries, but it's just a collectible. What's the point of a Chivo? What is
points?
That's it. These are points.
But
and then it shows you their points, and then they show you the total number of points in the game. This is the number of strawberries in the game. And if you want to go get all those points, you can go get them. That's all it is. It's a Chivo. It's very understandable. It doesn't require this much silence.
But then why not just put those levels in the game? I don't.
Because the game itself has a level of challenge that is lower than the strawberry challenges. So, if you want to just progress and find out what the next bit of story is, which there's a story in Celeste.
Is there?
Yeah. Yeah, there is. And it's quite good. I liked it a lot.
I honestly had no idea.
Did you hit the first like threat of any kind?
No, well, other than spikes, no.
Okay. Because there totally is. And it's a pretty good one. Like, it's very personal.
I think you were the first person to mention to me that Celeste has a story of any kind.
It's a very personal, well done story that is it does a lot of interesting things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you go forward wanting to kind of find out where that's going, right? and you meet characters, and like you have a whole fucking journey like while you're platforming and trying to figure stuff out. I mean, do you remember how it starts?
Yeah, you.
It starts with some cutscenes, and then
you're
you meet
running, and then the bridge falls apart.
yeah, and then you meet an old woman.
I don't remember. I remember I played it for 4 hours the day it came out.
Okay, well, in any case, it has a very good story, and that can be your reason for wanting to go forward in the levels without doing all the super hard shit. You can just go forward to see what happens next, and then that on its own is rewarding. You hit the credits and you get something very satisfying. After you hit the credits, there's a follow-up level that takes place as an epilogue that you can go back and do. That requires you to have gotten at least 4 of those like many secret hearts you can get.
Sure.
And then after that, there is a double epilogue, which I haven't beaten because fuck, that shit
it's just fucked up.
That shit gets fucked up.
Okay.
You know. But Celeste is fantastic. And yeah, now I'm late to the party on it, but I really enjoyed the progression of challenge in it. I thought it was handled very well. I really enjoyed the like mechanic introduction, because every time a new mechanic is introduced, there's a reason for it, you know, and it's a story supported reason that's pretty interesting. And then like because you let's say you get a new mechanic to the way you play the game, the difficulty can now.
Are you getting like new abilities, or
you get a new thing?
Because there's 2 ways that those usually do it. Is either you get a new thing, or it's like you had this variation but you just didn't know how to use it.
You get a thing, and then whatever, and then like the difficulty can go, great, now that you can do that, we can throw this at you, which is, you know, like, I mean, the Messenger does a good job of that. Like there's these ways you handle that, you raise it accordingly. But yeah, Celeste is a nice brief romp, and I super, obviously it's like, again, late to the party, but guess what, it's a good game. I recommend it like many people do. And I enjoy the subject matter and discussions that the characters have. You know, it's a girl being introspective about her needing to climb this mountain, and she doesn't know why she needs to climb it, but she just feels the need to.
Yeah, just climb it.
Yep. And then she's trying to figure out herself, and then that's it, you know. Yeah, I would say go take a look at that. If you fucking hit it at all the wrong angles from all the wrong places and somehow completely missed the forest for the trees, and just focus on getting to the next high point on the mountain where you get your next bit. It's a strand game.
No, it's not. I mean, but I don't understand. Like, there's a main thread, and to the left and right of that are just as much as the main thread. It feels like every direction I went, I found like side rooms that had a strawberry. Rooms that didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, and that's a strawberry room.
Like mystery rooms or whatever that were not immediately apparent what they were for, or just difficult to reach spots to get the tapes.
So that radio tower is like the easiest possible one that you would find. I promise you will not trip into the others that simply, right? The second one right after that requires you to exploit the shit out of a certain aspect of the game. And then after that, they get a lot more obfuscated. So some of them are just hidden walls, but others are like, ooh, I wouldn't have found that at all, right? So that one radio tower experience is a misleading sense of like forking that you're getting from that map, because the others are not like that. And the strawberry rooms do continue to exist like that, but you'll often see it's just like, yeah, that's a strawberry room, and then that's a B-side.
When are you supposed to do the B-sides? Because I was attempting them immediately after getting them.
I didn't bother. I just went through the main story.
I don't understand.
The B-sides are called B-sides, right? I see them as exactly that. It's the alternate challenge level that the game gives you. I mean, playing any Mario game, when I get like, playing Galaxy, when you get these like alternative takes on the level or challenge things, it's like you can go check them out.
You bang them out immediately.
You can, but you don't have to. You can just progress. You do it. The point of it being optional is you do it whenever you feel like it. But for the most part, like, I went forward in the story as my priority, and then I can go back and do the forks later. You want to talk about the arteries and the veins?
Mm-hmm.
Then you ride the road to the end, and then, because you're allowed to, you can scroll back to each one of these zip lines and then see where it goes. You don't have to do the zip line, come back, and then continue on the road, then take the next zip line, come back, and continue on the road. You know this. All right. So
yes, you do.
So anyway, it's good. I think if you missed out on it like I did, you should go check it out. I didn't miss out on it so much as played it for a one-off back a couple of years ago, and then just decided to pick it back up on Switch because I was like, yeah, I never found out where that goes. I just remember I got as far as like meeting like Theo.
Oh, I met a guy.
Theo.
There was a guy in the thing, and they talked about, I gotta climb this.
Selfie.
It was the most boring shit ever.
Okay. Well,
I didn't understand where it was going.
Whether or not you might not like its tone, I find it kind of charming, but I don't know what to tell you about that. But I thought it was pretty fun, and yeah, I met Theo, and that's where I stopped in the one-off, I think. So getting past that point was like, yeah, this is cool, and the challenges were good, There's one point towards the end. There's one stretch where it does, like, there's a sprint required of you to make it past this final challenge, and it's like it's trying to make a point about this challenge, but it does that thing where like it goes like 2 rooms too far.
Okay.
Where by the point you're like, okay, we get it, that was hard, and you're trying to make it like get away from you, like the fucking Simpsons couch just keeps moving back type of thing. And then the goalposts move another 2 rooms back, and you're like, come on.
I felt like that doing did you do Path of Pain in Hollow Knight?
No.
So Path of Pain took me like multiple hours, and every time you get to like a safe spot, like a checkpoint area, you scroll, like you walk forward like a couple feet, and the very first thing that you see it demands of you, you're like, give me a break, come on.
Yeah. So the double epilogue is exactly what is exactly that.
Yeah.
The first room of the double epilogue is or Shin epilogue.
Yeah.
Is like, oh, go fuck yourself.
Really? You want me to do this every time at the start?
Yeah. It's a go fuck yourself like amount of precision, and you go, okay, got it, established. Not for me right now. Anyway,
Path of Pain was the shit though.
Celeste is the shit.
I just wish I could play it like Super Meat Boy and literally go next level, the next level, the next level.
You can. That's exactly what I did.
No, you can't, because they're the.
What you described is what I did.
Okay, I wish that it was literally a collection of levels. And then when you beat the game, you unlocked all the B-sides.
Sorry, your goblins are your goblins, but the game can be played however you want it to be played.
I hate when people say that.
I don't know what to tell you.
I can't stand that.
I don't know what to tell you.
That is legitimately infuriating to me.
Because it's the different...
You can play it any way you want. It's like, oh, so I have the freedom to play it badly. Great.
But the part where... But the problem is that it's not that you're like, this is the inefficient way to play it or anything like that. The problem is that you're like, I'm getting out of the car. Like, you're like it's not even like a matter of like, okay, I could do it this way or I'm not going to do it that way. Because you could still go through and do all the B-sides and then do all the strawberries before moving to level 2. You could do it that way. There's nothing stopping you. It's there. It's possible.
Other than the fact that it's like,
It makes it a lot longer and a lot more
Makes it
tedious.
a lot. Like going. I never got to see it. Are there any different zone like visually than that like kind of blue mountain area?
Completely.
Okay.
It changes massively. Every area, every time she goes up a different step of the mountain, the whole tile set becomes something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
Every step of the way. At one point, you're inside a hotel.
All right.
Like it's completely different. There's nothing stopping you but your OCD, which God bless. But
You know what one of my favorite design choices in a game ever was? You ever play any of the Dead Space games?
no.
So you click in the left stick, and Isaac points his palm at the floor, and a little laser beam comes off his palm and does like a little GPS coordinate towards your next objective. And you get to go to every single T intersection in the game and click that left stick, and it goes forward and to the left, and then you just go to the right and clear it out.
Yeah, that's smart. I like that. Here's another really important factor in the way Celeste was made that informs why they did it this way. The game is very, very much about like, by the way, here's a bunch of accessibility options, right?
Right.
If there's anything that you need because of...
Yeah, I saw that you can change your jump timing. You can slow the game down.
Yeah, if you need to play it with one hand, if you want to like half coordinated, like one of those badasses, or if you're, you know what I mean, or if there's anything that is like in the way that like you know, this is kind of like here, this might.
There's something really fucked up about that accessibility mode.
But it's there. You can choose what you want on and off, and like it's like we want you to still be able to enjoy the game.
So, but follow me here. There is something like insidious about it because they give you all these options to like account for motor deficiencies or whatever the fuck, right? But if you ever improve to the point where you want to turn them off, your save file becomes permanently stamped with the fact that you turn them on at all.
In what?
Like your save file, when you turn on those accessibility options or change anything about the difficulty, it puts a little stamp on your save file.
In what?
Celeste.
Does it?
Yes, it puts a red stamp.
What are you talking about? You can just go to the options and you can flick it on or off. It's a game option. You go to settings and you toggle it. What on earth are you talking about?
All right, I'll do some research.
Where'd that come from? Insidious? You're creating a fucking wild narrative right now. Where did you get that from? Did you hear it somewhere?
Game Maker's Toolkit, actually.
Told you about that?
I believe so.
Well, tell it. Well, like, I mean, don't just jump over to Google. Like, talk to us about what you saw.
I saw that once you turn it on, you cannot turn it all the way off.
Yeah, that is not the way it was presented when I booted the game up. It was simply a toggle option that you could scroll to in the settings as one of the game options. And
the only difference is that it puts a small blue stamp of wings on your save file that says assist. You cannot take it off your save file.
but
is there no way to remove it? Yes, it does. And here are people complaining and trying to find their save files to delete it. Ahaha! Here's a tweet by one of the developers as of February 8th, 2018, where they patched it to be able to turn that stamp off.
Oh, interesting.
Because people were editing their save files on PC to remove it.
Huh.
Because the initial version, if you turned on assist mode, it gave you a little stamp that said, "Hey, by the way, this person used assist mode."
Okay.
So it is no longer the case.
They got rid of it. Okay. Yeah, you were correct. That is weird. All right, well,
because that's like, I remember talking to people about that a million years ago and being like, that seems fucked up that they give you all these options, but like do whatever. And then someone on the team was like, but make sure that it's not the real good way to beat, like. So I appreciate that they did change that, though that change is a year old now. I look insane.
And I guess I mean, maybe perhaps it's like if you're, I don't know, claiming to have like an amazing world record time, and like,
listen,
right.
If you use save states to beat a Nintendo game, don't you ever tell yourself that you actually beat it, because you didn't.
So,
fucking moron.
So like, yeah, there's obviously, if you're gonna sit down and do an AGDQ, right?
Yeah,
like, that's not quite the same thing. But anyway, but the point that's off the point of what I was trying to say. The point I was trying to say is that the game is very much about those features in terms of like, not about those features. It's about, it is very generous in giving you those features. And if I'm not mistaken, it said there was a way to skip certain.
Oh, really?
I think so. I might be wrong, but I remember seeing a loading screen tip that sounded like there was a way to skip.
How would
something.
You even do that with the way Celeste is?
I'm not
like,
sure.
organized?
I didn't look into it, but I thought I saw a loading screen tip that said something about it. I didn't look further into it, right? But that kind of made me think of it as like, oh, okay, so this is a game that is going to get very, very hard, and certainly. In some cases, yeah, if there might be accessibility problems in the way for certain people that are like, yeah, I don't want to get those strawberries, then that's fine, but it's all still there, and it's just up to you to go get the strawberry if you want, and then at the end, the game can politely inform you that you cheated yourself, you gained nothing.
Oh man!
Nothing was ventured and nothing was gained.
That is like that was my favorite.
I wish I knew
tweet.
It by heart.
Oh, it's so stupid.
Yeah, and then you go, "Oh, the end?" Question mark.
Oh.
Anyway,
I wish I'd beaten Super Meat Boy, but holy fuck, does that game get insanely hard?
It does. It does. You ever play? You played Cave Story?
I don't like Cave Story.
Oh god damn it!
It just doesn't click for me. And I played a lot of it and just got like on your recommend. I played it for like 12 hours or something and was just like, I don't think I'm having any fun at all.
Okay, well, the guns feel good, the platforming is nice, and the world is cute. Boss fights were fun. Anyway.
I didn't like how small my character was on the screen.
Okay, well. Anyway, I bring it up not to fucking indulge in this shit, but to simply say that it has a hell in it.
Oh yeah.
And hell is hell.
Yeah.
So yeah. There's definitely something that, like, there's still a distinction between like when a game puts a fuck you challenge in front of you and like Mario Maker / Yarikomi
just
fucking,
like aggressively
like
awful to you.
Yeah, but the fact that came from another Sinister fan kind of makes it feel like, okay, but they didn't officially expect me to do this though.
Yeah, they're just assholes.
This was just an asshole out there.
Hacks.
Oh yeah, some asshole in their living room is saying fuck you, beat
what
this.
if you have to drive this car over the thing and you're like, really? Come on.
So that's why it's like, okay, so just Undertale Genocide, right, represents like one of the craziest officially asked challenges of a person.
Like, really
with a narrative reasoning that it's like, we're actually telling you to stop and walk away.
Stop it. Bad. Slap your hand away.
I get it. Celeste good. And then
of what I played of it, it felt great. This is pretty much my main takeaway, is that, boy, it felt good to jump around.
Yep. I got to champion and Teppen.
What is that? Is that the top?
Yep. So that's when you enter. You go from A1 to champion rank.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're in champion rank, you don't have a grade anymore. You just have your rank.
Okay.
And like the top 10,000, kind of have their positioning.
So where are you at?
I jumped around. So there's two modes. There's a tournament that was going, and then there's that. I think the highest I got in the rankings was like 2889. And I think
that's pretty high.
And I think the highest I got in the tournament was 800.
That's pretty high.
And then I fucking lost it. That was the peak, and then I fell from grace.
That's all right.
Running that Nero, found a couple of different better improvements, of course, as always. And what is helping more than the tweaks to the cards is learning matchups and learning how to stop characters. Right?
Yeah.
There are thorough, very, very, very clear ways to approach everyone you fight and things you should and should not do. Like your strategy for fighting Ryu, when you see a Ryu, especially if he has Shinku Hadoken, which is I can just shoot 7 damage at a card, right, and blow it up. That's it. Assume he's going to use that a lot, and assume he's going to play a lot of cards that do instant damage as soon as they hit the board. So you want to basically play second, right, so that first damage thing doesn't hurt, and then you also want to put all your buffs on one card. Buff up one card like crazy and shield it like crazy so that he can't kill that card, and then he's going to have a hard time because this whole deck is about that, right? Whereas that's the complete opposite of the way you want to fight Nergigante or Wesker, because they have the ability to just destroy a card no matter what.
What's your stock of the total amount of cards right now?
How many are there?
No, like out of the total amount of cards you could ever have, how many of them would you say you currently own?
Oh, I have no idea. I never looked.
Because it's interesting to me to go like, did you really get to a temporary rank 3000 or whatever with only 17% of the cards?
I only care about my character and deck.
Right.
I don't care about. So I've crafted a bunch of like green cards that I need, but I don't at all know about how many reds or purples or you know what I mean. Like I'm not looking at my Morrigan extra
no that's not what I
or,
mean. I'm just like I'm wondering if there is a actual fucking wall that is like you are literally going to run into people that are just as good as you but have more cards so they have more options.
I mean, maybe hard to say. I don't know, but I can say that like if you look and you tweak and then you see an idea for a deck or an idea to play something up and you go, I'm missing these two, you can just reap, with like there's ways to get the game gives you a bunch of money by playing it, by doing achievements, by playing tournament mode,
get your gas,
bunch of other
get
shit,
your dailies in.
Yeah, they have all those, right? And then you take all that and then you go buy a pack, and then the pack gives you duplicates, which you turn into currency to make a new card, right? So anyway, yeah, like I started working with like a hybrid of like this deck, and like I used a couple black cards just to see what's up, and I was like, oh, these are interesting, okay. But the other thing I did, right, and this is the one time where I was like, yeah, okay, I paid attention, was I fought against someone who had such a weird, crazy game plan that I couldn't understand what was happening. So I then like replayed the fight, wrote down all the cards they used, recreated that deck, and used
like,
it.
What is this supposed to do?
And used it to figure out how it works.
All right.
So I labbed the deck basically, and then I was like, "This is nonsense." It's a stupid thing where like your whole game relies on hoping that you get lucky in your first 5 cards,
and if you don't,
you lose immediately.
And if you do,
you can keep going really strong. Right.
All right.
It's
no one's gonna build for off-meta decks.
Nonsense, right?
No one's gonna build a counter deck to this stupid shit.
Super nonsensical, right? Because you have a full-on, I don't know what the percentage is, chance of getting 5 cards you cannot do anything with.
Yeah.
And then having to just give up and lose the match.
5 buff cards.
Yep.
Yeah. No monster card equivalent.
Nothing to play.
Yeah, it's fucking.
Or the only thing you can play is something that affects one of the enemy's cards, and you hope the one that replaces it is something you can play. Like crazy. But I did that to understand what happened, and I guess that's the labbing, right? That's what labbing in a card game looks like. But yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy cracking that champion rank and being like, okay,
congratulations,
good enough to get there. My understanding of this game is far enough that I can do that. And playing matchups, like I said, is a huge part of it. But there's one thing that I don't like about how you have to win, and it's one extremely important aspect where it's a card game, and it's not turn-based, as we know.
Yeah.
You play at the same time. Excuse me.
Bless you.
But you have to do certain things are timing based. Like, you have to do certain plays where if my arrow is about to hit you and I know that you're going to have a half-second window to put something there to stop it.
Right.
If I do like a super right before that arrow touches you, it makes you drop whatever card you were holding in your hand.
It means you can't play something.
And you can't play. You have to rub your phone to get it back in place. And it's not a strategic move in the traditional turn-based sense.
It's if I slap the controller out of your hand.
If I slap,
it'll be really hard for you to defend
pick it back up and defend
it.
100%. That's exactly what it is, right? Because every time a big cutscene thing plays,
so fucking stupid.
Everyone's cards drop back to the bottom, and then you got to do them again, and that is a real viable thing you have to do, right? Or in some cases, because the idea of it like being tricky is when I'm about to hit you, and you're like, I'm gonna not ignore. That's a 1 point of damage.
Yeah,
that's not a big threat. I don't care about that. And then right before it touches, I do something to make it a massive threat. Where it's like,
no!
Right? And then you're like, oh, shit.
They weren't prepared to defend against that because it was only 1 point of damage.
That's viable. It's normal. It's a part of the game. But the version where you make people drop the controller is goofy fucking dumb shit.
I wish Hearthstone was good, man. Because the turn-based nature. Like, I gave Tekken a shot, and I don't get the active nature of it. It doesn't click with me at all. I want my turns.
I want my turns too, and I get it. There's a part of it too where it gives you get like 2 free points every time time stops and you do the whole buff thing. And the temptation to just keep using that is high, but like you have to really not overcommit to the board, right? You have to really not just play like tag with people, because then that's how the last thing they do just fucks you completely and you have no counter available. Mm-hmm. You know, so like restraining yourself is important too. But anyway, there's a lot of situations where, you know, someone will have a card that says like, when the tyrant, TO whatever, dies, it comes back in the newer buffer strong form.
T103.
Right.
It becomes the super tyrant.
It becomes a super tyrant, right? Or when Jury hits your player directly, she gets Feng Shui Engine.
Yeah.
And your instinct is, I don't want those to happen.
Right.
So I'm going to use a Mega Man ceiling card that says, your abilities no longer work. Mm-hmm. You can just do regular damage and take regular damage. And you go to put those down, and then they'll go like, yeah, well, I have a negate option.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh no, that was my only chance to do this because I don't have any other ceiling cards, right? It's like, don't do that. Instead, just go like, do something stupid like, I'm going to put a shield on my guy. And then they're going to go, well, then I'm going to buff my other guy.
Yeah, I remember when I did play Hearthstone, if I ran like I don't know what they're called, but a deck that has just 1 million units.
Yeah.
So they flood the deck with garbage and hope they blow like their best spell on it.
Nonsense, right? Yeah, totally, right? Or Morrigan is going to steal a card from you at some point
and hope the card is garbage.
Give her 3 mediocre cards to pick from instead of buffing 1 really good one.
Yeah.
That's it, right? Like I do these dumb buffs, and then at the end I'll go, now I'm going to seal you, right? Or Kula Yuka, whatever the fucking egg stealer is in Monster Hunter.
Oh, Kuliaku.
Yeah, Kuliaku. He seals anything right away.
Oh, of course he does. That's great.
That's what Kuliaku does? Yeah. So you do that, right?
In Iceborne, he can pick up exploding rock. And when he does the little, slam, it'll explode.
Okay. Yeah.
Fucking asshole.
You know, so there's little things like that where you just bait people and whatever into doing what their characters
I'm going to buff this garbage card to make you steal it so that you don't know that I have an even better card that's better even unbuffed. Blah, blah, blah.
Tsitsi.
Wait, who am I thinking
TZI.
No, Tsitsi is the Flash boy.
Okay, yeah. So that's the sealer. Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
It shouldn't be.
I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, it's one of the things. One of them fucking birds. Akuma just came out,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna go check that out in a little bit. See what's up with that.
When's the Hakan deck?
Oh man, oil as a card buff mechanic would be fantastic.
You go to steal my cards and they slip out of your hand.
You physically have a harder time sliding your cards into place.
Oh, that would be just awful. But they're buffed.
Yeah. Teppen's fun.
I'll probably give it another shot.
Mm-hmm.
My problem is that I am the worst deck builder in the universe.
I was pretty bad at it too, and then I read stuff.
So
I had to do some reading.
Like coming off the, if you can baton pass to me for a moment, coming off the Celeste conversation and the Teppen conversation, like I've been playing Divinity 2 again. I finally got back into it because I stopped because the definitive edition got announced when I was halfway through, and I showed you the Switch port when we were in the airport. Switch port's incredible, by the way. It's got cross save and they integrated most of the mods as toggles, so it's fucking nuts. But like I was totally unable to get my foot into that game until I went to Fextra Life and read incredibly detailed and specific build guides on how to build characters, because I would build a character like, you remember what I said before? It's like, oh, you can play any way you want. It's like, to me, that's usually I have the freedom to completely ruin my character. And like when I tried to build a deck in Hearthstone, I made like the worst decks known to man.
Yeah.
When I tried to create an RPG character in Divinity without like foreknowledge or even looking up and be like, oh, I think like just the shittiest, least efficacious.
I talked about this like early on, dude. My Virgil, Credo, Makoto V deck is useless. It does nothing, but it's cool though. No, yeah, it doesn't work.
Like it's frustrating.
Yeah. I get it. I put all of that character love, like I said, into the fact that I'm using Nero and I'm having fun with Nero. And
yeah, I really would love to be to get hooked on it like you are, because like it's all the things that I like.
Yeah.
But I just don't get it. Like, and I'm afraid I don't get it.
Like I said, I don't know how much like reading you're willing to do. But
I'm willing to do a fairly substantial amount of reading, but unless it says build this deck at the end of it.
I mean, there's the QR code thing, right? Like people can take a picture of a QR code and and then you can take that picture and it'll load in that deck for you.
Oh, okay.
So there's literally the ability to just like get a text dump that says paste this into your game and it'll make a deck. But if you don't have those cards, then you have to make
you have to make your substitutions.
Yes.
And
you know, go fucking reap and play and reap and play and reap. So, but yeah, that's a possibility for you, you know. And then getting familiar with those things lets you get whatever. You learn how to fight other people and so on and so on and so on. But I think that's pretty much where I'm gonna be at. Is just like I'm content to hit champion every you know.
I'm just laughing. I'm thinking over the past couple months of the podcast, and I'm like, I got into Hearthstone when I discovered an app that would build my deck for me. I got into League of Legends when I discovered an app that would build my character for me. I was able to get back into Divinity when I was able to find a guide on how to build my character down to every level up. And it's like, I don't want to customize my character ever, like in their abilities.
Then go look up someone's QR code or someone's pasted, use this. And then you can paste that into the game.
Want characters to be locked in.
The game wants you to do that because it wants you to see a bunch of cards you don't have. And then go fucking get them.
Hearthstone had it to the fucking nth degree, because not only did you have like cards that would be just flat improvements. Yeah. There would also be like, here's a guy rocking like half the shit he's throwing down on the deck is not just fancy, but gold and holographic too. Yeah. And it's better than your shit. And you're like, wow.
An important thing too is I have a full understanding now of when I only lost because I was not given a good hand, as opposed
dice
to
roll just fucked
I got beaten. Yeah. Like clean. Because like when you're doing your best and you have all your ammo and you have all your tools, but your tools lose, you got outplayed. When your tools are somewhere in your shuffle and you don't know where they are, you do not get outplayed. You just got a bad shuffle.
I'll probably hit up on Twitter after the podcast and be like, I really enjoyed playing Hearthstone when I played it. Like the actual putting cards down and playing against people.
So
I very much enjoy it.
When I reverse engineered that crazy deck I was talking about earlier, like I was impressed at the setup.
Yeah.
Right? Because it consisted of basically using Dalamadur.
Yeah.
Right?
Big old snake monster.
Right. So
you played World enough to get to the Rotten Vale, right? Yeah, you did.
I got to the Rotten Vale.
The Rotten Vale is a Dalamadur.
Oh.
You notice how it coils?
Yeah.
That's what that is.
That's what it is.
It's a boss from 4U.
The big thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So Dalamadur like has a thing where like if you buff it, it kills everything on the board.
That's about right.
But it has like 20 health and it does like 1 attack. Right?
It's the fucking laser beam, isn't it?
It whatever. It's just a fucking arrow hitting.
That thing has a fucking like Shin Godzilla laser beam.
Okay. So what this guy does is basically like from the get-go, you make it so that card goes to the graveyard, and then you have another card that makes whatever is in your graveyard come back with like a buff on it.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Right. And then you can do that little thing that I said, which is like the kill every card thing. And then it's used up. And then you have another card which will destroy something and replace it with a fresh version. So that's all it is. The whole game is wall of super weak things that can refresh and kill whatever you play. You know? And a couple other aspects to it. But yeah. It was impressive to see the game plan that is completely unreliable, but you did try.
I want my big card to do it.
You did something interesting, you know. Anyway, so I beat Indivisible yesterday.
All right.
And
I went to change my stream title at some point yesterday because I'm streaming RE3 tomorrow, and saw what I believe to be the final area, and was like, is that Indivisible? It was a really weird moment seeing that.
Was I platforming or fighting someone?
You were platforming with some rainbow shit.
Yeah.
I was just like, what the fuck is this?
Well, you know when you get to end game platforming,
Yeah.
you get your screw attack and your...
No, not that. I'm like literally like the location you were in and the colors on the screen. I'm like, what? What?
Yeah, sure.
Like I couldn't tell it was Indivisible at first.
Yeah. That game ends on I like the way it closes off. I like the ending and I like the final sequence. I think they're pretty good. It has some flaws, certainly, and looking back on the whole story now, I can see what they were going for, and like they achieve half of it, right? But there's some problems where Ajna becomes unlikable.
I saw, because I'd skim like some of the threads on the subreddit, and a lot of it was people screaming at Ajna.
Ajna becomes unlikable as like because it goes from more just like hot blood to being like impetuous, not impetuous, petulant, whatever. I forgot. I'm fucking the word up.
Describe the emotion.
Childish.
Right?
Right.
Oh, that's not good.
She goes to being really childish in a couple of scenes where you are like, I wish I could make her not do this.
So, like, would you describe it as like actively stupid?
Yeah, and then afterwards, like, it's bad, but like you're not getting an appropriate reaction from her. And then there's friends that are so supportive that they're not pointing out those flaws.
It's okay, Sakura.
You know,
he's pretty hot.
And you go, this is a triforce of no good, because it's like bad reasons to be impatient, not showing proper remorse, and then being supported by friends that are not really making you feel
So
the mistakes.
Snake accidentally activates Metal Gear, and instead of being like, "Oh, damn it," he's like, "Ooh," and everyone's like, "It's okay, Snake. You didn't know that it was going to activate Metal Gear."
I'm gonna try to talk around it for anybody that wants to eventually play this game.
Yeah.
But like we talked early on about, you know how like we talked early on about like how the game starts off with like Dar and this fucking asshole that you're stuck with, and
you're very much stuck with him, and he's an asshole.
Yeah. So like that is a really like Dar is like an interesting. He's the most interesting part of how things are set up in this game, because okay, tune out maybe if you really. I'm not gonna go too hard, but I'm gonna
get ready. Be correct on the timestamps this time. Our Knives Out 7-minute thing went for 10.
I hit the button on my. I did it live.
Yeah.
I pulled my phone out and it counted down to 7, and then no spoilers came
because
after that point.
Here's the problem with that is that when you say like, hey, 7 minutes from now, and then we kept talking, and then you're like, I'll start it now, people skip forward the instant the first thing happens.
Oh well, I'm like, yeah, I like if I'm gonna say now.
That being said, I don't think anybody cares that much about the story of Indivisible.
I mean, some people do, but I don't want to. Okay, whatever. But now this is all preamble. So
yeah.
In any case, I'm just gonna say really quickly. So I'm about to spoil a little bit of a thing. Right? Okay, Dar is reverse Eris.
Okay.
In a very interesting way, because he sets up the same the mistakes he makes as a character, and the way he goes about like dealing with them afterwards is basically what Ajna builds up to and does herself on a much grander scale.
All right.
But she shows way less remorse than he does. And the party is not letting her have it. They're not going the fuck. They're being very supportive about her fuck ups in these ways where you're like, but you need to grow from this, right? And on top of that, he is like, it's like, whereas Eris is kind of the person who is connected to the end of the story, but is sort of like taken from you, right? Dar is the person who you are connected to the end of the story. Dar is not, and he's thrust upon you, unwillingly, and instead of being taken from you, he gives himself for you,
right,
and makes the sacrifice. You know, so it's a inverted scenario in many ways. That is really interesting because it sets the tone and template for everything Ajna goes on to do, and then afterwards you just kind of think back to like, okay, how is he handling this situation, or how would he have? And the whole time you saw him being remorseful and penitent about it, while we're being like, man, fuck you, asshole. And then now that you're the exact same situation on a bigger scale, you're like, oh, you're so much worse.
Yeah,
right. And what does work out?
Hey, I have a spoiler warning. I don't think Indivisible is very good.
Okay, what does work out is that the place she lands at and how she handles the final confrontation is all like well done. I liked it, and I appreciate like the reasoning behind like her existence and why it matters and so on. The big final conflict is cool.
Yeah.
And it does some fun mechanical stuff as well, as you would hope for, right? At the end of a game, with that system in place. There's some moments of like woolly bait where it's just like, okay, yo, it's parry time.
Yeah.
And I love those, obviously. And there's a big final platforming challenge that's optional as well. But
you know, I look back and I think the moment that my brain checked out on that game's story is when you destroy the fucking generators to the ship, and the ship's gonna fall. And she jumps off.
Yeah, you mentioned. Yeah.
And everyone's like, well, I guess we're gonna die. What was your plan? And the answer is, I had no plan. Let's just jump out and hopefully we don't die. Maybe we'll land on a bird. And then you literally land on a bird and everything's fine. And it's like, okay, this is dumb. This character is stupid.
And so basically, like, there's a point where the final sequence begins where Like she handles things in a like mature way. But like the thread that connects to that maturity is where things were rough and didn't create a complete escalator.
All right.
You know?
I feel like I feel glad that like I was right that Ajna is stupid, but I'm sad that she is like I feel good about being like, yeah, I was right to stop, but I also feel bad. It's like I wish the game was better.
Again, if you know, I think like the final sequence is strong. It's
but you have to play through the game to get there.
Which again, so there's the other, as far as technical flaws goes. At the end of the day, dude, it's clearly full of things that are not for you. So I'm not trying to sell this to you. I'm just trying to describe it on the podcast. You know.
Yeah.
But like the other thing I'd say is that towards the end of the game, I did all the characters' personal side quests.
Do they all have them?
They all have a personal side quest. And you know, in those you see some flaws like quest indicators not showing up on the map, right? And like
that's pretty par for the course for crowdfunded shit.
And some vagueness in terms of like interpreting your next steps. You know, that was like, oh my god, this becomes a slog. On some back and forth fetching on the maps that become a slog, and those fetch quests were annoying to do. So those were the real like bog down of the game. And they also make you feel an empty world a lot more than you should.
Because nothing ever comes back, right?
No, that's not true. Things do come back. But
okay.
There's a lot of areas where there's a lot of areas where things are empty. You know?
Okay.
So anyway, that ends up being a much bigger flaw that could be addressed with a patch, but I don't know. But anyway, I think it would have been better to do those personal side quests within the inner realm more, so that it would be like less of like this back and forth trek fetch thing that would become like, okay, now take the Baphomet to the thing and plant it and then water it, and then after you pull it out you go back to the lady, and then the lady says take it to the port. Now you go to the port and find the dealer, and then the dealer takes it. Like, you know, like those things. Make it just
the fucking word Baphomet.
Make it happen more in the inner realm as your internal village, so to speak.
Yeah. And
let your S ranks go up inside there. You know, like it's a smaller, more contained thing where you can find everybody you need to. So, yeah, you know, but that's what it is. Like it's got those glaring flaws. In the end, you know, when you get those final platforming abilities, and the game just throws you characters and platforming abilities like fucking nonstop. It's insane how much it just throws that shit at you. Where it's like, if this is what you find fun in games, join party members, and if you like party members, combos, and Metroid traversal, that continues strongly way through all the way up to the end. But those weak
points, all
points,
those things, and I didn't like anything about Indivisible.
But those weak points are glaring. I know, and that's why I said it's not. We've talked about it before.
Yeah, I know, but you just said like if you like those things, you'll. But they're not good versions of those things.
Okay, well, I don't really know what to say then, because I thought it was fun, and you might not like it if you try it, but you might. It has them. I don't know, you know, but I enjoyed how you got a better dash. I enjoyed how you get a third dash. I enjoyed how you get a super dash. I enjoyed how you got a parry that then let you do counters on the map. And then at a certain point, you get the ability to juggle and do combos to enemies before you even start the fight. So if you can juggle them aggressively enough and do like a nice sequence.
Is that what Magama's been doing all this time?
Well, there was that one video, right? Where
is he doing those out of the fight or in the fight?
Those are out of the fight.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and like something I super loved was when you get a bunch of you get a full Smash Brothers toolkit, you know, where you get like a couple. You have some tilt attacks on.
Okay, that's what you mean. Okay,
right. You have up, down, neutral A. And then you have your up B, down B, left B, neutral B. You know, like you have specials and normals and enough things on the map that you can combo the shit out of an enemy without activating the fight and kill it, you know, if you do it well enough. So I thought that stuff was fun. I enjoyed that part of it too.
You're not getting sick, are you?
No, I don't think so.
Because I had that scare this morning where I woke up like coughing and I just had some shit in my throat, but I was like, oh god, please don't fucking get sick.
Yep. But that's where it's at. Those side quests were fucking annoying at a point, and Ajna gets big dummy.
Okay, does she get dumber or does she just stay dumb?
Well, it's more like you assume that she's a certain type of like dense up front, and then as she's presented with more like conflicts, you see that she doesn't have the tools to deal with them.
So like, what if Korra never became depressed?
So it's not even about, I don't think she gets dumber. I think you just see the toolkit she has to start with as it gets exposed to more problems.
Okay.
And her problem solving
is limited.
Very limited. But you have a large party of people who can handle it.
Yeah.
You know? Lot of, like, some of those supporting characters are fucking, like, great. And, you do really wish that some of them got more play. You wish that some of them got like more than the side quests.
I mean, shit, man. You ever play Suikoden? There's characters that matter and characters that don't.
There's a lot, you know. But yeah, that's that, you know.
I remember there was a fucking character in Valkyria. You remember Valkyria Chronicles? There's a character that was popular enough that she got her own DLC despite being one out of like 80 cast members because she was the one with the pigtails. So she got a little DLC adventure.
So yeah, anyway, that's I think that's where that's at, and that's finally one and done in the books for the stream to LP format. And
is that the first? Oh no, you didn't start it on stream, right? You started it off.
I forget
because I think is Dead Rise. Jesus.
Oh no, I did start it off. I did start it off.
Is Death Stranding the first one of the new format that
started live? Maybe I don't. You know what? Now my memory's all fucked up, and I don't know. Now I don't remember.
How'd you like doing it like that?
I think it I've gotten used to it, and I enjoy it, and people show up and enjoy it as well.
Now are you like adamantly pretending people aren't there, or like
pretty much?
Okay,
much.
You're maintaining the sanctity more than say we are here on this podcast.
Yes. However, those who are there with me live can like, you know, they're saying shit, they're throwing shit out there. Every time that I have to pause for a bathroom break or like to figure out a problem, like. We can talk, but like for the LP still like a cold LP.
Yeah,
you know, and without acknowledging an audience, so to speak. And second, anybody who's doing it that way, like that, just wants to see the progress,
just ground floor.
Then they have the ability to get that far, right? So if you like the episodics, you can do it episodic.
You can still do your episodic.
And if you want to just scrape against the most current moment, then you can follow those, you know? So in giving people what they're looking for, people have responded positively, which makes me respond positively. So that's cool.
Hey, if you want to check that out or whatever,
over on Wooly Versus on Twitch, and that's Wooly Versus on Twitter. On YouTube, excuse me.
That's all the same stupid shit.
And my like Twitter started breaking my fucking bio, so I just made a link.
Wait, really?
Yeah, because I was exploiting it by putting multiple links in it, and then it would count the http:// towards the character count.
Oh, fuck off.
So I deleted those to fit more in,
yeah.
And it worked for a long time, but now it stopped working. So I've just made a link tree, so you can go check the link tree out.
Just click the button.
You know, we're going to be playing more Death Stranding, and we're going to be doing get into fighting games with this week is Rivals of Aether, Ultra Fight the Kianta 2.
Wait, what? Sorry?
Jank's Team Fighter.
Got it.
And
just say that. Let's see.
And some Salt Party on Saturday.
All right.
Should be a good time over on Wooly Versus. And?
Oh, I actually do have one last thing to add, and I don't know how to even talk about it. I got halfway through Witcher, the TV show.
Yes.
That might be the weirdest adaptation I've ever seen because the games exist.
So I heard from some folks that he is more dad than tired.
Henry Cavill's doing a really good job. He's doing a really, really good job as Geralt. I think that his performance as Geralt is a highlight.
Is he more dad than tired?
He's pretty tired.
Okay.
And Henry Cavill is like, I think we joked about it before. He's like a fucking for real, like, video game fiend.
Yeah, every interview has had a new clip that people have posted around.
Right.
Of him.
So he is actually just straight up basing his performance off Doug Cook's from the games.
Okay.
Which is why it is so familiar.
Okay.
He's just doing it with a British accent instead of an American accent.
Okay.
The way that this show has come about is a really confusing mess of what. Okay, so when the games were made, the author was like, video games are dumb and wanted nothing to do with them, right? So in terms of what is the deal with the Witcher stories, the games 1, 2, and 3 are fan fiction straight up, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not legitimate. However, they are what the vast majority of people who know about The Witcher have actually encountered. And they are slavish in their devotion to detail and character and whatnot. And they are obsessed with nailing it, right? The show isn't. The show is a looser adaptation because it's a TV show being made for a generalized audience.
Mm-hmm.
But it is, like, given the thumbs up by the author
mm-hmm.
directly.
Mm-hmm.
And so I keep running into this situation where some characters are, like Geralt himself, are explicitly being taken from the game in their portrayal.
Mm-hmm.
Others are completely different. And I have to date enjoyed the game interpretation of those characters to a 1. Every single one. Except for maybe Dandelion, who is totally killing it as a dickhead bard who just fucks around. Like, you probably heard the jingle, like, pay a coin to your witcher, toss a coin to your witcher. It's so weird because you'll get a character and the way that they act and the way that they talk, you go, that's wrong, says the guy who never read the books.
Mm-hmm.
And that's weird. And, like, you look at the girl who plays Cirilla in the thing, and the character design in the game in Witcher 3, and it's like the ages are all over the place, the level of capability of the character on display is a wall over the place.
That's about to happen again. Like, not only is there a HBO the Lord of the Rings series about to drop, but there's a Gollum game getting made. And, like, we're all about to go, that's not right according to the movies and not the books I have not read.
Yeah.
So,
and
it does happen.
There's 2 bits that are, like, really, really weird. The first is that the show has a bit which deals with lifting a curse off a princess, right? That was... The flashback of that was the first cutscene in Witcher 1. Like, it was literally the first thing you saw when you booted the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a end of the game side quest in 1 that was, oh, she got cursed again. And it was a thin excuse to just recreate that moment. But because you were playing a game, you got to, like, go through it in so much more detail than the feeling very rushed version that you get in the show, which is, I mean, you probably get a shitzillion bunch of detail when you're reading it off a page, and it just feels weird. Like, it feels like I'm watching a shittier live action version of the intro cutscene to Witcher 1.
Okay.
Like, it's fucking weird. And then the other thing is that one of the major antagonists / characters in the final Witcher 3 expansion, Blood and Wine, was a adaptation of a short story that wasn't part of the main storyline, and was about a girl who got born under an eclipse, right? And all that storyline. And you spend like a dozen hours in and around this character. that same short story was adapted into another different character in the first episode of the show with an identical plot line. And so the last thing from Witcher 3 is the first thing in this show, despite being chronologically the maximum distance apart, and gives the feeling of, did Geralt really go through the same exact thing twice? No, because the game doesn't... It's a fucking mess. It's super weird.
But it's your brain at fault.
Yeah.
and the show doesn't give a fuck, and the author does not give a fuck that you, the game fan,
and it's so
feel
weird
this
because
way.
it feels like the only people who gave a fuck were the people making the game.
Then allow author man to enjoy as all the game fans have these weird moments, and he can go, ah, ha, ha.
Yeah.
Fuck you. My books. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's just weird.
I imagine when I think of like that like type of protagonist, and I haven't seen any of it so far, but like, is he at all like Trevor in Castlevania?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's who would actually be? He's just tired.
Because Trevor's tired.
And yeah, but he's also like kind of like emotionless a lot of the time.
Okay. Okay.
And yes, I'm aware I'm very wrong, guys. Don't worry about it. But even my wrongness serves a purpose, and that is, it's fucking weird to go through the game series that goes so far into the future.
And that's the hard canon in your brain.
Yeah, only to have the original stuff be loosely adapted and starting over. It's fucking goofy. It's super weird. Like, and there are characters that I really, really dislike what they are in the show as opposed to in the game. Like, there's a King Foltest who's just like a fucking asshole when you run into him in Witcher 1 and 2. Every interaction with him sucks because he's such a stuck-up piece of shit. And in the show, he's just kind of normal, grumbly, shitty king. Nothing interesting or dramatic.
I don't know if these exist, but most huge fan base media do have wikis where they will break down the differences between characters.
Yeah.
It would probably be interesting for you to go back and go, here's the differences between the books, the shows, and the games. Because I know that like Game of Thrones had that in some cases. JoJo has that in some cases, where they go, here's some stuff that each of these unique adaptations has that the others don't, so that you can get an overall feel for what's different across the board.
And I
find that stuff fascinating.
There's always the possibility that I'm wrong, and the people I talk to were wrong, and that it's actually the book is actually being like perfectly represented in the show.
Oh, okay.
If that's the case, then I'm glad that a subpar fantasy novel was able to make a bunch of good video games. Because if the show is more accurate than the games, then those books suck.
Oh, okay.
Like, straight up.
I do think I do imagine that there's a bunch where the author, like I said, would be like, if you played the game, this is going to fuck with you. So let's go that way, on purpose.
Yeah, but apparently it's so weird the way they talked. I looked up some cast stuff, and like Henry Cavill is like, yeah, Doug Cook's great. I love his performance. But everybody else on this, like, what's a video game? What's a video? I never even heard of what a video game is. What are you talking about? What's a video game? Like, it's because the rights and all the fucking shit.
That's also like, if everyone on the staff was like, okay, go play these giant games and complete them and come back and
one of which is like a fucking nightmare, like a Poland jank shit fest.
Yeah. The one other thing I heard about it was that,
wow, okay, Google did not know how to do that.
The one other thing I heard about it was that like the music there's like a theme, there's some themes, and people they're okay, but they got nothing on like Wild Hunt.
Yeah. Also, this is gonna sound really weird. The CG in the show is worse than the in-game graphics of the game.
I 100% understand what you mean. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Like,
because of how they stand out.
it stands out as bad.
Yeah, I totally understand.
And it's like,
yikes.
Like
Okay.
everything about it as an adaptation is weird. It's just it feels weird. The official now feels bootleg. I can't think of anything that has ever made me feel this way about like a proper like a fucking franchise.
Well, maybe like the third series many years from now will be the one.
Well, no, because the games exist in a state of canon in which they changed one thing about the story to make the games work, and that's Geralt dies.
Okay, well...
And they went, no, he doesn't. He lived.
Okay.
So,
but
they're not going to do that shit.
But I also mean the fact that, like, Witcher now being in, like, this much more large audience, like, arena, you know, it's playing in the fucking Netflix space now. It's something where the guy who makes The Witcher probably isn't done with The Witcher, making him some money.
Well, he's probably fine now.
Oh, he's fine, but he could always go for some more.
Yeah.
So, like, if this series does well, why wouldn't they want another, or perhaps even, like,
is that why he decided that video games are okay now?
Or it ends and then they make another one that is
called
not a sequel.
Oh god, what's it called? Witcher Legends. You familiar with that branding?
No.
Star Wars Legends?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh my god, that
or Geralt of Rivera.
What's Max call him? Jerry of the River?
Yeah. You know, you could just do that. Lara Croft and Tomb Raider.
Yeah. Bad. I don't know. I don't think the show's particularly good. I think Henry Cavill is really good, and I think the guy who plays Dandelions really good. But, like, I genuinely had more fun playing the Monster Hunter crossover Witcher quest than watching the show.
I'm happy to hear that Henry Cavill is more than just Superman.
He's good.
I'm happy to hear that.
That clip that's going around of him spitting out that beer is, like, A+. Acting by spitting. You did a good job.
What's not good is when you're just known as Superman.
And not a particularly good Superman at that.
No. Let's take some news.
Okay, let's take some news.
But
what's new?
Before the new, what's new is our sponsors.
Oh, hey. Well, are they new?
No.
Okay. They're new now.
They're new to this moment.
Who do we got this week?
Well, this week, the podcast is sponsored by Bombas because...
Hey, Bombas, what up? My socks are falling apart. Can you help me out?
Look. Yeah, they can. And they can also make things more comfortable for you. Let's say you're one of these people that has decided that you're going to be kicking in your New Year's resolution with some working out.
Yeah.
With some exercise. Guess what? The socks on your feet are going to fall off.
They're going to melt. They're going to disintegrate.
They're not going to handle it. They don't have what it takes to do the job, much less be comfortable. But Bombas socks do. There's a lot of different performance socks designed for everything from running, hiking, cycling, and more. They've got everything lined up for you.
Hiking socks, huh?
With the quality that you need, because you don't think about what you put on your feet before you get out of the house. Sometimes you just grab the rags.
I'm at the point now where I have so many pairs of socks in various states of quality that I do a load of laundry before I come to the podcast, or like you have them in the dryer, and I reach in and I go, no, not this one. No, not this one. No, I want one of the newer ones that has less holes in it.
Don't have this life become yours. Don't let that happen. Go with the lightweight polycotton blend. The kind that keeps your feet cool and comfortable. You never get sweaty. The kind of sock that provides support in places like your arches, and it gives you arch support. It's not too tight, but it's like a nice hug on your foot. Foot hugs are good.
Oh, that's sweet.
There you go. And in addition to that, they're the number one. Socks are the number one most requested items in homeless shelters, and Bombas socks. For every pair you buy, they donate a pair to someone in need.
There's a real aspect to socks of like you take them for granted right up until you're out of clean socks or you're out of good socks, and then it's like, oh man, it's actually a vital part of my day to day.
Regret. Don't end up regretting. Get yourself the comfortable, fun, and good feeling sock on your feet, because it needs to be a passive good feeling that you stop thinking about.
Yeah.
Not the one that you go every couple of minutes.
You need to integrate it into your comfort.
Go to bombas.com/superbeast today and get 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/superbeast for 20% off. Bombas.com/superbeast.
Thanks, Bombas.
Thank you. A couple things happened over.
Hey, when we get that Raid Shadow Legends money? Are we not good enough for you, Raid Shadow Legends?
I don't think we are.
Oh, man.
I didn't hear much about that.
I've heard so much about Raid Shadow Legends.
I've seen ads.
Oh, man, have I seen ads.
That's about it, though. The dancing orc.
Yeah.
I don't know.
My favorite is like the YouTube pre-roll on my phone. It's like all CG, and I'm like, I don't think the mobile game looks like that.
That's one of the games. That's one of the games that got me like fucking tilted.
I don't think it looks like that
on lie marketing. Yeah, I think. What was it? Oh yeah, in Tekken, there's like mobile game ad, and it's like modern render of Armor King. And then screenshot of like Tekken 2 Armor King. Triangle.
My favorite one is there's a mobile fucking piece of shit that's like, it looks like way past deep down level, like fighting a dragon, and then you click on it and it's like a bunch of fucking sub Super Nintendo garbage, and you're like,
It is an upsetting level of lie that they're allowed to get away with.
What was that fucking game where it was Kingdoms of War or something, and they kept just having like TV Super Bowl ads with models showing off their titties?
Oh God, with Schwarzenegger in it. Yeah.
Like they just had that famous Kate Upton show up, and her tits were huge, and they're like, "Play this, man." And like that was their whole ad campaign, was like, look at these titties though. And it super worked.
And it's always just like
Game of War, that's
is it? I don't whatever. It's always like, for me, it's when you see the same game advertised in the same like sequence of ads.
Yeah.
But it shows you the camera.
Age of Fire, maybe? I don't know.
No. It's whatever. Anyway, so it shows you this thing where like the zombie game, for example.
Yeah.
It'll run 5 ads by you, and like they're all completely different genres, showing you completely different things, and you're just like and in some cases it's zipping from like amazingly rendered RTS to amazingly rendered first person to then side-scrolling platformer underneath build a shelter.
I want to pull the curtain back a little bit, because there's part of this that is like the actual funniest thing in the world, which is, I'm sure everyone's gone through their Steam queue and gotten some very questionable recommendations of like, you played an FPS game then, huh? Okay, so you'll love 3D hentai puzzler shooter. No. But the double hilarious version of that is, you know that influencer website that I sent to you, where they send you keys? The amount of fucking like sex game hentai trash keys filling up that inbox that are unstreamable, that they're like, stream it though, like that are, it's fucking hilarious, and they're all the worst. They're all literally that fucking game where you do the slide puzzle and then the shitty anime drawing shows the titty.
So are you supposed to like nut before
I don't know.
after you play?
I think you're supposed to do 1 level a day. maybe one level every couple hours.
Like, are you supposed to keep,
if you're really into it?
Do you keep playing the game afterwards?
Yeah, you just sit there.
What's the intended pace?
I don't know. I think
what's the user path?
I think the intended pace is you look at the trailer and they go, "I need to see it," and you buy it.
But then you play it, you start it.
No, they don't care at this point. You bought it.
And if you start it, you eventually get to a point where you're like, okay, and then stuff happens. And then do you keep playing?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Do you not just Alt F4 immediately and go back to whatever you can do to hide your shame?
I don't get it.
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Okay. All right, so news this week.
Sure. First story I'd say, here's a good feel story.
Oh yeah, feeling good.
You know when you have the stories where it's like, oh man, check out this fireman found a puppy in a tree.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Who put it there? That's crazy.
The puppy usually climbs up.
The kitten climbs up.
Yeah.
Puppies climbing up.
They can do that.
Damn. And here's the puppy getting rescued. Here's your feel good story.
All right, what do we got?
PlatinumGames announces partnership with Tencent.
All right, yeah.
Allowing them to self-publish while remaining independent.
This is a fairly interesting story because moods on this are actually fairly divided on the feel goodness. Because people go, oh, Tencent, aren't they evil?
Yeah.
And then the answer is Tencent more evil than Platinum assuredly going broke in the next 5 years? And the answer is probably not.
No, but...
Platinum makes nothing but games that bomb.
China. Yeah.
And if it gets too bad, then hey, guess what? It's not like it's a studio made entirely of people who quit their last lucrative employment to go make an indie studio.
But what happened about 5 years ago when that same sentence was uttered, and it's like they've managed to still make stuff that people hired them for, and they're still kicking. Like, let's be real, old game industry. Right, this company did have all the signs of something that should have shriveled up and passed.
Yep.
But it didn't.
Yeah.
And they kept making good shit.
According to the news article, the Tencent doesn't have a controlling interest or anything like that.
Right.
They're just kicking in some money to
so
get
that they
some
can
money
kick some money back out. I'd probably.
So non-disastrous as of yet.
Yeah. But I think I would hope at the very least that like the whispers in the industry about Platinum makes good though.
Yeah.
Has been keeping them afloat, seeing as they've worked with all these larger publishers on different projects.
It's just sad that we now know that like Bayonetta 3 was, it's been delayed for so long so that they could remove all of the skeletons.
Guns for hire, as he said, but they're becoming reliable guns for hire.
Yeah.
So anyway, if there's always someone to keep them afloat, then
we'll see if Rodin's still in Bayonetta 3.
But they also want to put their own shit out. They don't want to just do...
Listen, it's really easy for us to be like, oh, I can't believe it, the Tencent influencing them.
I can believe it.
When it's like,
yeah,
I bet people at Platinum would like some financial security of their company's future.
Yes. It's just a bummer that it had to be Tencent.
Well, it's always going to be Tencent.
Yep.
Because Tencent has the money.
Cygames has the money too.
Are they also... What are they? Where are they?
I think, you know what, before I throw out a wrong thing,
because Cygames at?
I watched a video that was about the Cygames takeover of everything.
Where are they at?
And
they're a Japanese company.
It's Japanese, but there's another side of it.
Wait a second.
It's not entirely Japanese.
DENA acquired a 24% stake in the studio in 2012. Isn't that who's doing the Switch onlines?
So, Cygames is not just Japanese because, or maybe hold on a second. Let's see, because they're part of a larger thing, right? There's a larger thing that's Cyber Agent, Psy Designation, Psy this, Cygames Pictures, Cygames, Psy Music, Psy Sharp. There's a whole thing that they have going on that is part of a much bigger corporate blah. So let's see here.
Man, would you rather have Tencent buy it or Disney?
I'll take Disney because Tencent is closer to the suffering.
Okay. But Disney is also subservient to China.
Yes, but it's 2 degrees of separation.
Oh, instead of 1 degree of separation.
From the Uyghurs who are like being caged up.
Ah, well.
So.
Boy, our video games sure are important.
They are, aren't they? Totally a good thing to dedicate your life to.
Shit! Our entire lives are pointless, Wooly. What are we doing? Who cares? You see that PC Gamer review of Iceborne that's stupid as fuck?
Oh, I guess it really is just mostly Japanese. That
Yeah.
might be my mistake then. Never mind. So, Tencent, Platinum, that's what's going down. We got a fun little one. So we talked about Blood a little bit earlier. Got a gameplay trailer.
Dude.
Where you can see it. Did you look up that art style?
I did.
Yeah, so you can kind of see what was going on with it. It's it looks like the kind of game that reminds me of the effort that went into something like, say, Cuphead.
Yeah. But a totally different art style.
Yes, and the artist who was there at MagFest, we were talking about, like, I was kind of just going like, this shit is fucking amazing. This is crazy, and like, it's such good animation that I'm worried about like how long the game could possibly be, because it's really like, without reusing a ton of shit, like it's got such strong individual. It's got fucking keyframes everywhere, and it's got like everything's moving and everything's alive, and it just looks right out of Cartoon Network. Fantastic. So BLUD is the name of the game, and you can check it out on Exit 73 Studios Twitter.
What's that smell?
Yeah,
it's blue.
And it'll be done when it's ready. That's the.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Looks real fun. I had a fun time. I played a demo with one stage in a boss fight, and it was good. It was good. The girl that you play as reminds me a bit of Mandy.
Yeah, there is a total like Billy and Mandy going on.
Mm-hmm. Another piece of interesting news.
I'm gonna fucking pull this off.
So I didn't know about this, but apparently there was a long lost, unreleased Mega Drive game of AKIRA, as in Tetsuo Kaneda AKIRA. And they have not only uncovered this prototype, but they have released it.
Fuck. Really?
And there's a full-on hour of game footage of this crazy AKIRA game that is super unfinished. It's ambitious, to say the least, because...
Well, how appropriate.
When you look at, like...
Holy shit!
When you look at, like, the way... it looks, for example, like there's
holy shit, that looks incredible.
There's a lot going on for the Mega Drive, and so I'm gonna there's a trail, there's some footage here. Yeah, you can go check out the video. Is called AKIRA Prototype, unreleased Mega Drive game. I've put a link to it in the docket. So right off the bat, obviously you can expect motorcycle racing style. F1 race, whatever, you know,
outrun
looking thing, and then you're driving, but then you go a little bit further in, and besides, playing as Canada and whatnot, then you get the switch over to first person as you walk around as the Tetsuo that's getting used to his powers.
Jesus Christ.
And you have a full-on first person game to explore. And there's some crazy
This would
shit
have been
where
the most mind-blowing shit ever.
you're throwing psi balls out at doctors and nurses.
What the fuck? It's a different game again.
And you're exploding them. And then there's these little cutscenes where like, look at the effort they put work into having these like animated cutscenes.
There's no way you would have been able to fit this on a cart.
And now it's a side fucking scroller, and you are
It looks like Flashback.
playing as Canada, doing like flashback walking and
like rotoscope shit.
Mm-hmm. Right, and then you got you to fighting the enemy and all that shit. And like this is the first like 3 levels, by the way. We went from a biking game to a first person to now a side scroller in the flashback style. So just taking all of these in, and then you go further forward, and then you get more cutscenes.
Oh, the sewers, and then another first person.
Right, you get more cutscenes. You get like a bunch of shit. Let's see, where was it? Here we go. Now we are in a new type of game.
Oh man, it's like Metal Warriors.
The 4th genre, where you're in the little flying gunship together, and it's a completely different style of sprite.
There's no way this is running off fucking Mega Drive.
Right? There's literally like parallax style scaling going on the sprites because the environment looks 3D.
Jesus Christ.
Right? And you're like, okay, that's 4 types of games. What is happening? And you go further forward, and now the game is isometric, and you're walking down the street with Tetsuo in a full-on isometric view, fighting soldiers as you have your cape and your powers. Like, you're like, what the fuck are they going? Like, this game is like 6 games in one. It's absolutely out of the fucking... It's nuts.
This is nonsense.
And it is no reason... It is no surprise it got canceled. But go look at this video for ambitious nonsense, because they tried to make this thing like 5 or 6 different games, you know?
And then somebody looked at that and said, how much money would you need to make this? And they went, too much.
Well, each individual genre was like...
A whole game. Yeah, shut it down.
Like, the effort to make something 5 times... Like, back then, games would take that one side-scroller and fucking repeat it till you got sick of it.
Yep.
And that would be the game they sold. And here, this fucking demo, they made 5 games, you know?
That's too many. Yeah. It's too many games.
So AKIRA, you can check that footage out. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous, and does not look like something from 1993, but it was. It was really to be released in 95.
Bullshit.
Like, yeah, fuck off.
That was never going to happen.
It's wild.
Well, they want to talk about this fucking Garbo Iceborne review. It's the funniest thing in the world.
What's going on?
You know, do you remember when Monster Hunter World came out? There was that review. I don't even remember what website it was. Mm-hmm. That was like, this game is a fucking nonsense cover-up of the evils of colonialism and invading the New World and killing these monsters.
I did not.
You don't remember that?
No.
Well, let me tell you some shit. Hidden into this, more than half of the Iceborne review for PC Gamer is shit like, Iceborne makes it hard to ignore, with cutscene after cutscene featuring our cast of hunters tackle their nature. By tackle, I mean claim to be part of the ecosystem, that by killing these monsters they're somehow preserving things. It's a preposterous notion, and yet the characters discuss it suggest Capcom are at least aware of the dissonance in its story. Yet rather than actually address this or just go on and ignore this aspect of the world building, Iceborne lands on an awkward middle ground, drawing attention to the moral bankruptcy of its characters with a nonsense lie. If these games are gonna, it's like the whole review is ranting and raving about how it's actually evil to hunt monsters. And how it's like, and like there's a photo game in it, and it's really nice to imagine what a cool, kind game Monster Hunter would be if you didn't have to hunt the monsters. And it's insane. It is actually insane.
What the fuck?
Are you looking at this shit?
Yeah.
Like, it is like written by an insane person.
This is not a joke.
It's not a joke. There was a very similar review that came out alongside Vanilla Monster Hunter World by a different outlet. And it's like...
Was that the? Oh wait, was that the one where the person didn't know that it was about preservation?
Yeah, and this one is like this person does. If you could Control F the word capture, by the way, it never appears in this review.
Okay.
Because of course the best way to get the best rewards is not to kill monsters. In fact, it's to capture them.
Right. I mean,
like it is like normally I would be past like pointing at shitty game reviews and being like, haha, bad review, but this one is so either laughably stupid or intentionally stupid.
you can hand wave the preservation detail as easily as you can hand wave Quiet's photosynthesis.
Yeah,
But in the end, who gives a fuck?
it feels like you know, it feels like if somebody wrote a review about like the evils of dog fighting and why the new Pokemon game is like teaching your children the wrong lessons.
Like PETA?
Yes.
Okay. Well, anyway,
Did you know that poaching in Monster Hunter is a punishable by death crime? That's not in the game, but it is in the art book.
yeah.
God forbid.
I definitely have like moments in games where like if something happens that's like particularly like whoa, like you know, like the Jurassic World bit we keep talking about.
Yeah.
You know, when things like that, if that happens in a game and we're kind of just like, whoa, what the fuck? Like there's these moments that you feel weird about. Certainly, I mean, watching that in that AKIRA footage, there's moments where you're going through the lab,
Yeah.
and you're escaping as Tetsuo. And like a bunch of nurses are just walking around,
Get blown up,
and you're disintegrating them.
Get blown up.
You're 100% evaporating them, and it's like holy shit.
Wooly, what if you could hug an Anjanath instead?
Yeah, so
You don't have to. You don't have to hit that with your sword.
So I do understand feeling weird about the narrative take that a game can go down, depending on whatever.
But you played Monster. It's like.
But in this.
Dinosaurs!
But in this particular instance, it's a very strange take. It's a very. I'm trying to level to understand this take. I'm having a hard time doing it, but then again, I haven't read the whole thing. I'm just hearing what you're saying, and I'm scanning over these.
There's a lot of
words.
stupid shit in there.
Okay.
It's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious.
Seems pretty silly.
The tagline for the review?
A thrilling new adventure, but it's not just the world that's chilling.
What the fuck? It's so stupid. It's so dumb.
Yeah. Well, who is this? This is Sam Green?
Yeah.
Is that
I've never heard of this person.
I was gonna say, is this like?
Usually when you see this shit, you type in the author's name.
I just clicked on it.
You get a million bad takes.
I just clicked on it.
Sam Greer.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, anyway, the next bit is about Christian Bale. Apparently in talks to potentially join Thor, Blood and Thunder. Love and Thunder, excuse me. What is Blood and Thunder?
It's a movie.
Okay.
Man, this person has written a total of like 10 articles for PC Gamer over the past 3 years.
Christian Bale potentially joining the cast of Thor, Love and Thunder. And holy fuck.
Based on nothing other than Christian Bale has an angular face, I think he should be Beta Ray Bill.
There is no other way to play this. There's no other reason.
Beta Ray Bill, thank you, guy in the chat.
Everyone, everyone thought the same thing immediately, and it was the next sentence out of my mouth that you jumped in front of.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Who cares? Give me the horseman.
Please make him Beta Ray Bill. I want Christian Bale to say he played a horse superhero.
Yes. Alternatively, Sarah Jessica Parker could come in.
But hey, Christian Bale, would you put on this really bad plastic horse mask to be part of the MCU?
Oh, dude, I hope it's like a fucking Halloween mask.
Like the wobbly nose kind.
Yeah, like not like a good like CG man. I want it to just look like garbage.
But you get MCU money.
Yeah.
You want in?
Yeah.
You do it. Everyone would do it. Everyone wants in on that MCU. Wobbly rubber Halloween horse mask with the nose all bent up.
Yeah. And when he breathes, you can kind of see the plastic moving.
And like when they have an emotional moment and someone touches his face, I want the nose to bend downward.
Yeah. And I want the Thor hammer that he uses or whatever to be like a children's toy with like a button that lights it up.
Stormbringer.
I don't care. Do it. Could we get like a MCU movie that's just like made on like $100,000 and just looks like a college film, but it's part of the MCU?
Yeah, it's called the TV shows.
What was it the Boyega said when they asked him if he was going to come back for anything? He's like, they ain't going to Disney Plus me.
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. Anyway, the Elden Ring
What about it?
will be at the Taipei Game Show on February 6th, but it will not be playable.
Then shut up.
It's going to be a video.
It's going to be CG video, I bet.
So, in other words, a trailer for the Elden Ring will be coming out on February 6th.
I love these countdowns to countdowns. It's my favorite.
I mean, one of the best countdowns to a countdown is the next story.
Oh, yeah?
The countdown to Mother 4 is now the countdown to Oddity.
Can we get a record scratch in here?
Have you seen the trailer for this thing?
I have seen a little bit, but not the trailer.
It looks incredible.
Who needs Mother 3 in English?
Not these fans. They're not Nintendo. Mother 4 started as a hyper ambitious fan project that's been going on in the works for like probably a decade now.
By the way, I'm listening to you. I'm just also watching the trailer.
And this was originally something that I think it was based on the idea that the creator of Mother, of the Earthbound series, said something that people didn't know how to interpret too well, but it was something to the effect of the next game should be made by someone else.
Huh.
Right?
And some intrepid young fan said, okay.
And some people took his wording to mean like someone else at Nintendo.
Yeah.
And some took it to mean the fans, like someone else completely. And and that resulted in this really crazy, amazing looking project, which was known as Mother 4. I brought it up in my video PSA to indie game creators, where they basically decided at some point that let's just make this its own thing.
Yep.
And that was probably the wisest decision because it looks so incredible.
This looks hot.
It looks so fucking good that the idea that this would have been...
Oh, wow, this animation is hot.
The idea that this game, Mother 4, known as now Oddity, would have come out and that the people that made this for a decade would not be allowed to make any money for their efforts is fucking sad.
Yo, this looks hot.
If they had to just put this out because it was Mother 4 and then like, well, we're not allowed to sell it, not allowed to really make merch of it, can't do anything with it legally, that would have been fucking terrible. But now as its own thing,
It's changed 3 names.
now as
and
its
one
own
sprite.
thing, they can reap all of the rewards for their work. Someone's calling it Overtale. And yeah,
I can definitely get that from Dis.
Overtale indeed. Oddity, go watch the trailer for this.
Oh, I thought that this name change would have been associated with a real release date.
No, it'll be done when it's ready.
Oh, well, that's disappointing.
It'll be ready
'Cause
when
now
it's
I
done.
want it.
It looks fantastic.
I wish they had not said anything so that I could just have it when it existed.
Well, I guess you didn't check it out as Mother 4 then.
I sure as fuck didn't.
Okay.
This is the first I've ever heard of it.
Oh.
So, knowing that it had been in development for so long and there's a new hot trailer, I'm like, cool, I'll go download it when I get home.
Well, it's closer to ready now than it ever has been.
Obviously, yeah.
And your characters are wearing things that are reminiscent of.
Striped shirts are popular.
Yep, reminiscent of that mother stuff.
Of Undertale.
Reminiscent of that Undertale, exactly.
Totally.
Look, it's Frisk. It's.
Wouldn't this technically be Mother 5, considering what a close link Undertale has to, like, Earthbound?
No, Deltarune is Undertale 5. What? No, Deltarune.
Yeah, and then this would be 6.
Yeah.
Jeez, guys, get it together with your Earthbound homages.
Earthbound franchise, crazy. This is the new trilogy.
Fuck. That's weird. That's weird.
This is Mother 6.
Yeah.
Technically. Yeah.
Well, we started making it way before Undertale. Yeah, but Undertale and Deltarune came out.
Yeah.
So.
At least the first part of Deltarune.
Yeah. You think Deltarune's going to be, like, super gigantic, considering how long that chapter was?
Not at all. I think it's probably going to be, like, 2 other parts.
Oh.
I imagine.
I think it'll be 3,500 hours.
I think Toby will just make another 2 mini chapters. And, you know, if they're good, and that's cool. Because you don't want to overcommit to, like, any one idea when, like, if you have a lot of cool things you want to try.
Yeah, but Toby Fox is insane and was making Deltarune back in, like, 2013.
Fair enough. So who knows what he'll make next.
That screenshot he put up of, like, the script for Deltarune predating, like, the Undertale Kickstarter is the most, like, difficult to understand timeline I can think of.
Mm-hmm. Put it this way: it's like he's been a fan of Earthbound and Homestuck for a very long time.
Yes.
So there's a lot of Homestuck fan fiction.
Yeah.
On that table.
There is. What's the deal with Homestuck? All right, I don't care.
There's people with horns.
And they're gray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're red.
I warned you about stairs.
One of them has shades.
I think so.
They
ruin hotels.
There's a panel with a character that has glasses that's stuck in a room. But you can click on things. So it's kind of like a comic, but you can click on things.
I don't know. Is that like Saturday morning breakfast cereals, like red button to get the extra joke?
Not too sure.
I got so pissed off when I found out about that red button.
No, what you need to know is, the ultimate version of that, and it's happened to me in like 3 different webcomics, is the mouse over alt text.
The XKCD one was really bad.
The alt text.
Because, like, I didn't miss XKCDs.
Yeah.
But with Saturday morning breakfast cereal, I found out about the red button like 1,200 comics in.
Yeah.
And was like, well, shit.
Oglaf has that as well. And it's like, there's some funny fucking alt text jokes that you just completely slept on because you didn't know.
It's so upsetting.
Worse yet, what if you're on a phone?
Get fucked, I guess.
Like,
webcomics predate phones.
Or view source and scroll through the source.
Shut up. No,
to find it.
Be quiet. That's terrible.
Yeah. Fucking God. Mother 4, Oddity now. Oddity forever, a million years, Oddity.
Thanks, Morty.
Yeah.
Ness.
Hey.
We've come a long way since the fan games being, hey, I modded Final Fantasy Tactics to have Snake in it.
Well, yeah, we just talked about Undertale.
Come a long way since then.
Like, we just finished talking about it.
Yeah. What's that called, that mod? Journey of the Five or whatever?
Hey, you ever heard of Dota?
I have heard of Dota.
Yeah.
What is it?
You ever heard of Counter-Strike?
I have heard of it.
Yeah. Real games don't matter anymore.
So I had a fairly extreme level of confusion a few weeks ago because I discovered the concept of, because you know GTA 5 is always really popular on Twitch.
Sure.
Like, it's always at the top.
Sure.
Like, what multiplayer mode are people playing?
Yeah.
And they're playing role play.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that either, huh?
No.
They're hanging out in game in the lobbies with mods and pretending to be cops or drug dealers or on voice.
So Sims Second Life
Ish.
VR chat shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then that led to people trying to explain it to me, like what it was, and it's like, Pat, it's like Gmod, and I'm like, the model poser, the one people use to make their webcomics.
Yeah,
and people apparently Gmod has become so much more than that.
isn't Gary's mod the thing that you use to make the 3D?
I thought you would be. Oh no, not anymore. It's not.
What else is going on besides just posing 3D models and making jokes?
It's like 3,500 different games now. Like real games that are super popular that you don't know about and I don't know about.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, is this on Battlegrounds again?
Yeah, it's PUBG again.
So inside
Apparently
of,
Trouble in Terrorist Town is just Gmod.
okay, so inside of Gmod,
Yeah, there are games now.
but can you are those games like self-contained things?
I don't know.
Or do you have to run it inside of Gmod?
All I know. Hold on.
I've never looked at Gary's mod once, ever.
I thought
I have
Gmod is
nothing-
like what Mothman used to like pose his Warhammer 3D imports.
You know what Gmod is to me? Gmod to me is fucking it's a bunch of Elizabeth porn.
Wait, what?
And it's listen, and it's Captain America driving the invisible car gif.
Yeah.
That's
LOL.
that's Gmod.
Wait, somebody said that when we went to Rooster Teeth, we played Gmod games.
Is that what the game was?
Deceit?
Deceit was
was that Gmod?
Oh, Source Filmmaker.
So that
I mixed up the two.
I can't. No.
SFM.
Okay.
Okay, so what's Gmod?
Well, okay. What?
Source Filmmaker is the porn.
Oh no, that's really worrying. You know when it's bad when you look at the chat and they go, "Are you guys pretending? Is this a bit?" And I'm like, "No, this is not a bit."
All right, time here. Let me clear this. Let me clear the air as much as possible. Okay, listen. I need to clear this as clear. Like, let's be as direct as we can be. I do not, and I don't Half-Life. I haven't Half-Life. I saw that first thing. So anything that's a mod of that, I can't help you out.
Yeah.
All right. The source game is not a thing that I know anything about.
Okay.
Much less the side mod thing that came from it.
I remember
It's a world entirely unknown to me that has only been referenced in people making funny little videos
I
and
remember
pictures.
the only time I ever saw footage of Gmod running was a guy going, "Look, I can put a bunch of grenades in this bathtub, and then if you let the physics go off, the source engine makes the bathtub fly up like a rocket."
So Gmod is the pre-source engine version of making whatever you want happen. Then in the Half-Life engine.
So what games do you guys play on Gmod?
But do you have to? Can you play them on their own?
Or like do you
Or do you have
download
to?
it?
Do you have to like Tabletop Simulator? You got to run Tabletop Simulator and then load up Kingdom Death Monster.
Wait, Prop Hunt and Trouble in Terrorist Town are Gmod games.
But when someone says that, like if I say that's an Unreal Engine game,
Yeah.
you're gonna run the game and it's a game running on Unreal Engine, but it's been compiled into its own game.
So do I double click on Gmod and then load a mod and then that mod is its own game?
Or are you clicking an executable that is loading up the game on its own? I don't know.
It's the same as Tabletop
It's all
Simulator.
in one. It's mods inside the game.
Okay, I know how Tabletop Simulator works.
Yeah, I've done that.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay. All right.
so yeah,
What crossover would I like? Nothing.
I play video games that come out.
Thank you. Like, why would this ever have crossed my desk? This thing has...
Well, because you were just like, this started with like, hey Pat, like I'm like, oh, we've come a long way since mods. You're like, yeah, remember Counter-Strike?
Yeah.
Remember Dota?
Yeah.
Like, so you used to be familiar with this kind of thing.
Sure, and I was gonna say that like the games that come out don't matter as much as what people turn them into.
Yeah, but Counter-Strike came out in a store. You remember that?
Yeah.
I do.
Eventually.
Yeah.
And then League and all these things got packaged into a box or a download with its own stuff. Yeah, this is... Wow. So wait, why are people still using the old Half-Life engine stuff if the source...
Because everybody knows how to do it, I guess.
Which is better? Is Gmod better than SFM, or is SFM...
Well, SFM's just a pornography program.
But...
Which is apparently deprecated. Apparently it is no longer actively supported on because Mothman was trying to make porn or something, and he got a new video card, and it's not officially supported in SFM.
Hold on, can you make games with SFM? Or
No, I don't think so. I think you just pose the pornography.
Just the posing?
Yeah.
Okay. Whereas Gmod, you can actually play it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense. Gmod's more complicated. Gmod is source? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I don't know. So Gmod is basically for making things besides just animations.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
But, so yeah, people are like pretending to be characters on the internet in the games, and I don't get it.
You know what's funny?
What?
We have been created in these worlds via Googly Gareth for the longest time.
Yeah.
And have no concept of understanding
we clearly
what he
don't
does.
know what he's doing.
I don't know what Googly Gareth is doing. None of this makes any sense. Okay.
People are calling us boomers again. Oh no, Eli, come on, be nice to us.
I don't care.
Eli,
I don't care.
We're talking about real video games that come out and have release dates and shit.
I'm out. Fuck that. I'm in over my head. I no longer understand what is being discussed, and out of fear, I am exiting the conversation. I'm returning to the safe ground of a regular thing is released.
Gmod has been a thing for longer than our careers in this industry.
That's probable.
It came out in 2004, right out of high school.
The length is not at all. I'm not saying it is not important. I am just saying it has no overlap with my Venn diagram.
Okay.
There's no reason for a Half-Life mod to cross my desk.
Is it even a Half-Life mod?
What is it?
Is it a Half-Life 2? It's a Half-Life 2 mod, right?
Isn't Half-Life the reason why the whole engine exists?
Yeah.
Then
it's ostensibly.
I assume. I don't know.
We've played Gmod games?
Yes, that's what you said 10 minutes ago.
People keep saying that, but I don't know what game I played that was Gmod.
If we went to Rooster Teeth and we played a Gmod game, then we played a Gmod game. I don't know. Whatever. What am I supposed to say?
Did I play it?
I didn't see anyone open up a thing that said, welcome to Gmod, load your game.
Cry of Fear was not a Gmod. Get out of here.
Okay, you played them.
Yeah, but Cry of Fear was a source game.
It's Mugen.
That's different.
It's Mugen. Okay.
It can't be. But I didn't load up Gmod to play Cry of Fear. I just downloaded Cry of Fear.
Anne Orlando was Gmod? That's crazy. You're a liar. Fuck you.
It was ported? Well, then it... This is so bad. Hey, let's get back to real video games. You got any other news in there?
Yeah, fuck things that don't come out.
Yeah.
Fuck not real things that don't come out.
Yeah.
You know what's real?
What's that?
What comes out?
What?
The new Alienware console.
Oh, yeah?
You seen this thing?
I haven't seen it.
Look, that's the new Alienware console.
Holy shit, somebody's gonna get sued.
Now, hold on a minute. There's a picture of the new Alienware handheld device.
That is...
And before you fucking...
aggressive.
No, you need to stop and wait. I haven't even broken it down. This is a handheld console.
Okay.
It's got 4 buttons on the side with a stick on the right side underneath the buttons. And on the left side, you got a D-pad with a stick above the D-pad.
Yeah.
Okay? All right. Now, it has some features.
What is the features has got?
The features include the ability to separate the controllers from the monitor and make the monitor a freestanding thing, which their separated controllers can then be used to play them individually like two separate controllers.
Oh, wow.
Alienware is simply getting into...
Can you dock it to
You can
HDMI?
plug its HDMI into your television set.
That's crazy.
And Aisha Tyler was on stage to show everybody...
Are you serious?
...the tech of this new... what is it even called?
It's called the Switch.
The concept UFO.
Get
the
out.
Alienware concept UFO.
It's going to be called the Swatch.
So this was shown off at CES, and you need to hold your fucking horses and not jump the gun too hard.
That is, I mean, we see a lot of stuff in this business about what is that lady using a fucking Xbox controller, or is it a?
No, she's actually holding a device that takes the two side controllers that you've disconnected.
Shut up.
And puts them together to form a separated controller.
Serious?
Yeah, that's not an Xbox controller. That's the two separated controllers from the handheld device.
Alienware's lawyers got super good at reading the fine print to get this thing out. That is legitimately crazy.
The best part is that during this Dell Experience CES presentation by Alienware, where they introduce the concept UFO, they don't mention any other consoles as existing at any given point in time.
Consoles exist in a fucking negative world in which only that console exists.
No, other consoles exist when you can dunk on them.
Yeah, when you can dunk on them. Like Stadia dunks on other consoles in its advertising.
But you can't list any. Nothing exists unless it's dunkable.
Yeah.
If it's not dunkable, it doesn't
What are you
exist.
talking about? What's an Xbox?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah. Concept UFO, new handheld, coming at you soon. Very important detail about the way that the controllers disconnect.
Yeah.
They don't slide up or down. They just kind of come off the sides.
That's, you know what? I bet that was the core innovation that allowed this product to come to fruition. You know, we talk a lot about how fucked up patents and copyright shit is, right?
Yep.
And like how obviously in the favor of like rights holders it is, and how people shut down and wave their copyright around, and how it's the most fucked up shit ever. But at the same time, shit like this happens and you're like, really? Fucking really? This doesn't count. Huh.
Alienware is now very confusing as a company to me, because I thought they were folks making some powerful gaming laptops that for the most part people were like, yeah, that's a good gaming laptop.
You gotta diversify your portfolio.
It feels so strange but to see this as a thing. But I don't think...
I'm going to assume the Switch ate into the gaming laptop market then.
Well, this is not a real product you can buy.
Not yet, it's not.
It might not ever be.
It's the concept.
We don't know. It's a concept UFO.
Oh, man. So they're still working out the... Oh, man. Watch this never come out because they can't clear a patent hurdle.
Remember the part where you could plug a controller into your phone now and just play on Apple?
Apparently that's been a thing for quite some time.
It was the update that specifically addressed your ability to connect. No. We talked about that.
Yeah,
update.
I know, but people yell.
But Apple Arcade at the time was not a thing, and the 1, 2 of these.
Oh, this was shown off at CES? Oh, yeah, that's not gonna...
Other controllers could be connected that were dedicated for that purpose, but games are not being made for it. I'm specifically talking about the Xbox and PlayStation controllers for Apple Arcade. So anyway,
that's wild.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild.
But there it is.
That shit. Wooly, I do disagree with one thing. You swapped over to the story with, like, you know what's going to come out? This. And I'm like, I don't think it's going to come out.
If you just kind of, like, you know what always comes out? The GP32X. And the versions of whatever that is.
Yeah.
Where it's like, this is just a handheld that is in the background that is here.
It's humming along.
If anyone decides to pay attention to it, it's there.
You wanna install some shit on this?
But as soon as you turn around, it despawns from the world.
It's crazy. It's got occlusion mapping
what-
linked to the hardware. It's kind of
It's
crazy.
pretty efficient, actually. Yeah. What the fuck is Alienware up to? I don't know. And speaking of, like, you know, Switch competitors like Apple Arcade with a controller plugged in,
Yeah.
there was a game that was only on that called Exit the Gungeon.
Yeah.
It's now coming to regular shit.
Good. The Gungeon people make good stuff.
So that's happening in this year.
Cool.
Sometime.
I bet that game's really good.
Probably very good. Lastly, in terms of the unexpected, and this one, I want to see what you think, because I don't know what to think. I have one idea, but I don't know. I don't think it's really it, though, because everything seems like it's too much.
All right.
For this story.
Got it.
Matt Walker.
Uh-huh. I knew it was going to be the story. Is teasing Yeah.
that Devil May Cry 3 for Switch will feature something extra,
Something extra for the fans.
seeing as they know it's a super popular, it has a special place in fans' hearts, I believe was the wording
Yeah.
in his video tweet. Now, this is obviously so vague that it creates a story in and of itself.
It's not vague as you think.
And
there is more information to be had.
Now, here's the thing. If I had to go back and think about what you could do to Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition that would not take a ton of work
Yeah.
to do, right? That would be a reasonable special thing.
Yeah.
All I can think of is the ability to switch styles
On the fly.
without going back to the fucking statue.
All right. I feel like you're going to say but. No but?
But maybe there's something better.
Well, screenshots off Capcom's website for the port have the names of the styles above the health bar in the screenshots, which does not exist in any version of the game. So, yeah, it's totally style switching.
Fuck yes! That's awesome.
Except if it's only on the Switch version, which would actually suck ass.
Well, but now... Yeah... Okay, but now it's a matter of perspective, right? Because now, does it retroactively make every other copy of Devil May Cry worse?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does. And so, like, but what's your
People
solution?
that bought the PC version, the PS4 version, and all those versions, like, get fucked? That would suck ass.
So now, but is that so then you can't ever do things to the past?
You should roll them out into the other SKUs.
As updates.
That has absolutely become the standard for how that is done.
Okay, fair.
And if they don't do it, that sucks.
Fair.
Also, man, Dante is so obviously going to be the next character in Smash.
Apparently there's a PC version mod that you can do.
Yeah, but only for the original version of DMC3.
Not the trilogy.
Not the trilogy version.
Okay.
Well, if this comes out, people are going to fucking get on it.
That's so cool. That's the number one thing I could think of that would not be too much development
But people
time.
who've played with that mod say that it turns the game into like a fucking joke.
Oh, I'm cool, of course. No doubt.
The other thing that mod did
Will it
was
keep-
made it so you know in
Will cycling store?
So you know in DMC5 how you could switch what weapons Dante had and when they would switch and where they were? Mm-hmm. That was also part of that original mod way back in the day.
Choose your order lineup.
So you would be able to have all 5 weapons.
Weapon lineup,
and all
okay.
of it.
Yeah. Cool. Smart. Yeah, man. I really that
HD Collection does in fact have the mod? Oh, goody. Update it with official support. Come on.
Okay. So then we would need it updated on PS4 and Xbox.
And the PC version.
Officially.
And the PS...
3 trilogy.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would be mad if they left that in the dust.
So you're just saying throw the official mod. Like, there's a mod, but throw the official patch out
Yeah.
there. Yeah, okay, fair. That's fair. But I'm still...
Even if they only do it, like, later,
Yeah.
you know?
But we've had versions of this discussion in the past about like we just had a micro version of it with Oddity where it's like new thing exists to be yay, and now the past is ruined.
I think
a fucked up way to.
I think the fact that the Dragon Quest XI version on the Switch that has like extra endings, it never got ported to any of the other versions. Sucks ass.
Did Nintendo pay for this?
No.
Okay, then.
I think the idea that like in the modern context that like if versions don't hit parity, that there's no best version of the game, I think that sucks. Providing
there's no outright reason for it. For example, what do you mean I can't use my Nintendo outfits in the Tekken like other port, whatever, Soul Calibur type nonsense, stuff. Right? With exceptions, yeah. I that makes perfect sense, and I agree, and I certainly would hope that would be the case. I am very happy to hear that there will be style switching in Devil May Cry 3. I didn't know there was a mod.
Yeah, the mod's ancient. I believe it like influenced DMC5 design stuff. Because there was one. Yeah, it came out after 4. Because 4 had it, and people went, "Well, what if? What if you could do this in 3?"
First thought, yeah. Hey, what's the over/under? What do you think are the what do you think is the possibility that there is a P4 Golden mod that has Chie's old lines back in, and only her?
What's the state of Vita emulation?
That's a good question.
Because you want to hear something really weird? Mm-hmm. People have modded the fuck out of Breath of the Wild with the Wii U base. And it's like, oh yeah, the last Wii U game.
I would have...
non-existent. Sick! All those Vita games just trapped on that shit.
No one cracked it, huh?
I recently got Citra and Decimume working, and it's nice to have all those handheld games no longer trapped on handhelds.
I'm looking at my shelf. There's a whole lot of white boxes, sealed up, that I intend to unseal.
But I never got into SMT Apocalypse.
Yeah,
and like I don't even know where my 3DS is, and I sure as fuck am not gonna play anything on the 3DS now. That being said, when you blow up a 3DS game on your television, oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh man,
for sure. But
240p sprites.
Is there no like P64 style?
Yeah, for the 3D.
Okay.
But not the sprites and not the text. The text is the worst. It's just like, oh.
I still think I still make use of the Vita TV over here because it lets Punch Mom do remote streaming while I can use the screen. So anyway,
is there really no way to emulate Persona 4 Golden? That sucks. Damn.
Style switching. Fuck yeah. You know who doesn't need styles?
Well, who's that?
Virgil.
It's true. He has the one. But what if he did have 2 styles? Darkslayer and Doppelganger.
Doppelganger. As long as the Doppelganger can be V. Hey, hold up. What do you think? Are you cycling? You're gonna cycle through not just the 4, but like the extras too, right? So you're gonna have to cycle through Quicksilver,
6.
And you're gonna have to cycle through fucking Doppelganger too.
Where would they'd be like
at the end? So you'd have to go
Trick
Sword.
The way that it worked is on
Royal.
the D-pad.
Yeah, so double tap.
What about the 6th one? Triple tap?
Hold the shoulder button? I don't know. Hold the shoulder button? Hold lock on? No, it's no. They'll make it a cycle. So it'll be left to left and right. Right? To roll the wheel.
Fucking.
Or diagonal. Right? So
that would suck. Diagonal's not
great. It would be better to just make them all in a row and you have to scroll through the 6. But you can probably put 2 shortcuts on up and
No,
down.
no, it's up, down, left, right, and then double tap left or double tap right.
That's the first
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
Gun trick sword. Royal.
I hope the voice clips just break. Like bad. Like they didn't test it.
But what voice clips would there be? He doesn't.
Oh, you're right.
He doesn't shout the name of the
So
style.
he just flashes
He's
with
just
like an
flash.
existing in-game effect?
Yeah. And it'll just switch to the next one. And then someone has player 2 controller that becomes activated for 1 moment and then deactivates.
You know they got Virgil 100% working in 5?
Yeah.
He has a full move list now.
Dude, didn't we see a story about one of the modders finding a concentration gauge getting modded into the game?
What?
Getting patched into the game. I remember hearing about a concentration gauge getting patched in
Oh, that's right.
with the difficulty update and the move update.
I've been corrected. Virgil's not 100% complete. He is missing a summon swords mechanic in his mod version.
And I still think the Judgment Cut end doesn't look perfect. I think it's missing.
Can Capcom just hurry the fuck up and announce a special edition already for 5? It's so obviously coming.
But Monster Hunter.
What?
I don't know. They're probably focused on their other shit.
Oh, that's all different shit, man.
Yeah.
The Resident Evil teams, the Monster Hunter teams, and the DMC teams are all separate.
Yeah, it feels like Resident Evil and Monster Hunter are the...
Well, Monster Hunter is...
They're the big babies.
Is like the shit zillionest seller ever.
They're the big star babies. And DMC 5 did well, but...
I want to point out that I got into like 5-6 years of arguments with dumbasses on the internet who would tell me, well, you know, Monster Hunter can't go to a console because it'd be too expensive, and Monster Hunter will never be popular in the West, so it'd just be a big waste of money for Capcom. So we should just hope for it to possibly get released in the West on handheld. You guys can go fuck off. I was so right. I was so right.
What if they're waiting for next gen for Special Edition 5?
Yeah, maybe. Like a launch title or something.
Does that seem reasonable?
Because it's going to be a long time before you see another Monster Hunter game after Iceborne. Probably like 18 months.
I can accept Special Edition 5 being a next-gen title.
Yeah, I can do that. And and associated with it is Legendary Dark Knight difficulty.
And Ladies' Night.
And Ladies' Night. And it's like, hey, you want to fight 35 million enemies? Yes, I do. I do want to do that.
The SE4... SE3 from Original 3 versus SE4 from Original 4 is fucking crazy.
Yeah, so SE5, let's get 7-8 characters in
Wild and out.
Yeah.
Wild and out.
And let's get cutscenes with them too.
Something that
Okay, that's ridiculous.
Come
That's
on.
not
no, but like how about like taking that like co-op mission thing
yeah,
and like
doing anything with it?
yeah, maybe even something locally,
Yeah. Something.
right?
Come on. I maintain in my heart that those DMC co-op things, those missions where you just phase in, is engine test shit for Dragon's Dogma. That's what I feel in my heart. But I'm probably wrong.
Doing some shit. Honestly, those are not likely. What would be likely is, remember the mission where they're all together, right?
Yeah.
I would say like, yeah, the co-op Bloody Palace,
Yeah, that's it.
which we didn't get.
Shockingly, everyone thought it would happen.
That'd be the right way forward. Yeah. Okay. Let's take some letters. Get the fuck out of here. If you get an email, you can send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. I will select it and possibly read it like this.
If you have an email next week where you explain what the fuck Gmod is, that'd be appreciated.
Not gonna lie, I've been coasting on a sea of ignorance, and it's been comfortable. It's not going to affect me in any way. I have no deep dank holes to go dive into.
Except what if the biggest, hottest video game thing that ever happened and everyone's got to cover it? That's actually a blender mod.
Player Unknown's Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
What's a daisy?
What's a daisy?
What's a daisy?
The Mario character?
DayZ.
Oh, DayZ. Oh, it's a mod that went nowhere.
Okay, what is Arma?
It's a game where people jerk off to pictures of guns.
Has anyone with Arma made anywhere near as much money as anything that's come out of Arma mods?
No, I don't think anybody's made any money off of that.
Because I feel like Arma is another one of these things where it's like, yeah, it's not even the thing that mattered as much as the mod of the thing that fucking blew up. Because that's where that came from,
Yeah,
right?
Daisy standalone's still like big old question marks. So no money has been made. Arma made a lot of money off people buying Arma to install DayZ.
But no standalone DayZ?
No.
Isn't that where, like... Whatever. See, anyway.
When's the mod of the fighting game that becomes more popular than the original fighting game? Like, imagine if Rainbow Edition SF2 was the cultural touchstone that Super Turbo was.
Rainbow Edition and the Chinese mods existing directly led to the existence of hyper games, which directly led to the existence of Marvel.
Yeah, but what if Rainbow Edition was the one people played at 2020 Evo?
Or Rainbow Edition became its own game.
Yeah, and became Strote Foder. Rainbow.
No, it just became Rainbow Fighter.
Okay, Rainbow Fighter.
Then the people that made that were like, yeah, this is our own thing.
And then the people that made Street Fighter got jealous of Rainbow Fighter and made Street Fighter All-Stars.
I mean, them's fighting herds.
Oh, sorry, no, Street Fighter of the Storm.
Like the official version of the mod of the original thing.
Blizzard dropped the ball so hard on Dota, it defies belief. They never copyrighted it or took a legal look at it once, and then Valve took it and then went, no, you can't do that, and lawyers said, no, they can totally do that. And then they made Blizzard All-Stars was the name of that fucking game originally.
Yeah, you know who didn't make that mistake?
Who's that?
Epic.
Yeah, that's right, they didn't.
They did it themselves.
Yeah.
And then they made that menu really weird looking.
Yeah.
Because what even happens when you select something that's not fucking Battle Royale mode?
It's called Fortnite Save the World, and it's like hidden away on the main menu.
Like but they never got rid of it, right?
No, it's still in development.
Like
people use that version of the game for Fortnite is the part of the game that you buy, like it's a retail product.
Yeah.
And the reason people will suggest you to buy that version for your kids or whatever, because you can grind out a lot of V-Bucks in it.
Okay, sure.
So don't buy the kid V-Bucks. Buy your kid the single-player version that they can play so that they can grind their own V-Bucks.
All I know is one time I saw a title screen, and it had, like, all the options for Fortnite gaming play. And then one of them was a really big, huge font that said Battle Royale.
Yeah.
And it was like, fucking here. This is what you're looking for over here. I was like, wow.
That's what you want.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever happened in fighting games. It's always come back to the original company at some point.
I feel like fighting games are too easy to just fly apart. Like there's too many variables.
Has it ever happened in like puzzle games? It happened in rhythm games, right? In the Groove, and like games with the diagonal arrows became a thing.
Yeah, those Korean diagonal games.
Yeah. They did those, and center button.
Yeah.
It did happen with rhythm games.
The usual case is when these RTS or shooter games just become completely unrecognizable new genres.
And auto chess is doing it again.
I can't figure out what auto chess is. Like I look at it and I'm like, I don't understand what is happening.
All you choose is what to do to your units in between rounds.
So it's like a clicker?
And then they fight for themselves. And whatever you've done, depending on whether you've done it better than the other person you're fighting, then the results will play themselves out.
Is that Raid Shadow Legends?
it is not Raid Shadow Legends. We got an email coming in from Tito. He says,
Hey,
"Dear
Tito,
Castle Meltdown, I recently made it to champion rank in Teppen, and I was about to turn a close game around that would have put me in the top 200.
That's really high.
When suddenly my phone minimized and the game brought up an incoming call from my grandmother. I stared at the phone dumbfounded at the Sophie's choice I was given. Do I reopen the game and take the victory, or do I answer my 90-year-old Bubba who's calling from Venezuela? FYI, I live in Australia. What are the times you've fragrantly disregarded familial interests in exchange for some sweet wins?"
Mom, I can't pause it.
Oh yeah, that's regular.
It doesn't pause.
Oh yeah, that's regular.
It doesn't pause.
Yeah, same. Yeah, Steph, it doesn't pause. This game doesn't. This is online. This is online right now.
Like, I have a cell phone, and the cell phone goes off, and if the video game can't be paused, I have a voicemail for a reason. What's that? It's the government? I don't care.
Now
they'll wait.
Yeah. Now your grandma, she might not be able to wait, so you never know. Because also, if she doesn't call that often, who knows, right? But surely it can wait like 5 minutes.
If it's an emergency, they'll call back right away when the match is done.
What are the odds that it would be an emergency that 5 minutes would make all the difference in the world?
Listen, I'm usually playing video games in my pajamas, so I'd have to get dressed anyway. It's not going to make it.
How often do you have a shot at getting top 200?
Quite rarely.
That's crazy. Have the auto reply that says, "Hey, I'll call you back in a minute."
I'll be real. I don't use my telephone like a telephone anymore at all. I'm annoyed when the phone part of my phone turns on.
Yeah. I have a thing set up that if I swipe the thing, sometimes if I'm on a stream, I can go swipe and it'll automatically text my mom and go, "Hey, I'll call you back after I'm done."
Yeah. I get phone calls from my mom and dad. I get phone calls from a million sources of bullshit. And I get text messages from Paige. And occasionally people at me in Discord. So if my phone buzzes, I will check it within the next 3 or 4 minutes. If my phone rings, I'll check it in a half hour. And if it doesn't say mom and dad, I will just fucking ignore it.
We got one coming in from Sean. He says, "Hey guys, Sean here. After a major success with The Witcher 3, and its third-person cinematic goodness, will unsuspecting fans coming off of that be immediately turned off by 2077's strict first-person perspective? Personally, I find it baffling that a big-budget RPG in this day and age would go this route, especially after previews of fucking dope character creators. Has it not occurred to our good friends in Poland that everyone wants their cool hunter strutting down the night city?"
I think this is partially a way to differentiate from The Witcher, and maybe, just maybe, a solution to the in-house screaming matches over the way the character controls in third person that ended up getting people fired over for Witcher 3. You remember when Witcher 3 came out and everyone was complaining how it moved? Like, the control, like the way Jerry moved was really bizarre. And then a month later, there was an alternative control scheme that got it added, which literally just decreased the input delay on moving him around. There was apparently internal arguments on the Witcher dev team between like gameplay people and like the senior staff going, "Gotta be deliberate movement." It's like, this feels like shit. Change it, and like it just getting changed and rechanged in various builds. Back and forth until the reviews hit. But you don't have that problem in first person.
Yeah. Sean continues, "I'm not proposing they abandon the chosen perspective entirely, but at least keep heavy use of cinematics in every NPC interaction. I love that about Wild Hunt. Tired of so many games just giving you control over the cameras and conversations. It's pointless and infinitely less engaging. Looking at you, Dragon Age Inquisition." So
I'm looking at Deus Ex.
Sure.
Jensen's an incredibly awesome looking guy. So when he's talking, pan it out. Let me see him.
As somebody who prefers third person infinitely more than first, I understand, sir, that you and I are in the minority. Most people are fine with Cyberpunk being first person. Some people even prefer it as far as engagement goes and are able to immerse more because of it. But personally, I always would prefer to see my character. Especially if I can put things on.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think about a game like where you're offered a lot of customization in your looks, but you never really get to see it. That seems so weird, you know? Tristan says, are people's names for pets the worst? Yes, of course they are. Where do you shitlords stand on the matter? Dogs can't talk, but can they be named David?
Yeah, you can name a dog David.
That's fucked up. I don't like that, but I have no problem with a dog named Frank.
Frank's good.
My dog was named Ralph.
Ralph?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good name for a dog.
I had a Ralph. Ralph was a dog name. So you can give a people name to a dog, but you gotta
be a working man's name.
It's gotta be it's gotta be a blue collar name.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? If you give it a white collar name, it's all fucked up.
Yeah, it's like,
terrible.
What, your dog's better than you?
That's super on point. I never nailed it down. That's exactly it. It works as long as it's blue collar. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ben's fine.
Yeah, Ben's fine. Jerry. Yeah. I'll talk to Jerry the dog. Fuck it.
Yeah. But it can't...
Samwise. Oh, come here, Samwise.
But
fuck yourself.
It can't be Matthew.
No.
It doesn't
That's
fucking
weird.
work.
That's bizarre.
It doesn't work. It can't be Sean.
Oh, fuck
Sean
that.
Sean
the dog.
That's terrible.
Get out.
That's awful. It could be
back to your TPS reports, Sean the dog.
But Jack is free.
Yeah. I've met a Jack dog.
There you go.
There's a whole dog called a Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh, man. It's gotta be working class. That's so funny. That's fucking... Why does that why does the brain do that?
I don't know.
Why does the brain do that? Wow. Something about it.
Does your dog wear a tie? No.
Something about it. Yeah, it's gotta be a working thing. I like that. Okay. And I guess that almost goes hand in hand with the idea that like blue collar names are never biblical, or are usually not. I guess if you're going with David, right?
Well, if you ask me,
Jeremiah
David's a scumbag name, but that's just my opinion.
No, he threw a rock and hit a giant in the head. Yeah. Okay, and we got one coming.
Dave's okay.
No,
not for a dog. I'm just saying Dave. I've never met a bad Dave.
Yeah, but no for a dog.
I've met like every David I knew in my life was a fucking piece of shit. They all had permanently like sketchy, angry faces.
You got to stick with the one or two syllables tops too, you know.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
I had a dog. One of my family dogs, when we got her when she was like 6 because somebody was like giving her away. They were moving away, and her name was Mitsu. And she got into the house, and I'm like, Dad, what's the dog's name? And he's like, it's not gonna be Mitsu. That's for damn fucking sure. Mm-hmm. That dog became Sam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go. Punch Mom's got a dog. Bam Bam.
That's a good name for a dog.
It works out. Okay, and last one. Sequel in a franchise that dipped in presentation. They're Castle Millionaire Fighting 2001.
I like that.
I was at a college arcade, and they had CVS 1, and I played it for a bit, and it made me remember how much I love the presentation over its sequel. Is this just like me from the past?
Yeah, because every time you talk about CVS, you start going nuts about that that Highway fucking stage.
I used to rant about how much better CVS1 was than CVS2's presentation. UIs, HUDs, voices, music,
Top to bottom, 100%.
The little stage intros, the TVs with the various games, the feeling of the worlds colliding, and that sweet robot announcer, a personal favorite of mine. While CVS2 did improve on the roster game, I feel like they just grabbed an early episode
this is just literally you
spit
talking.
it back at me.
I mean, if we want to fucking just continue this guy's email, do you know any other games that did this? And I'm going to cheat by using another Capcom game. Marvel Superheroes has a different fucking sprite for every time Hulk uses his Ground Smash super.
Yeah.
Ground Smash move, and fucking individual sprites for every floor in the game shows up, and it's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
And it never came back because one game later was rock texture.
Yes. And they just did the wave instead.
Yeah.
But that's not but that's one detail.
Yeah.
And like, do you have anything that like applies to like the
top to bottom?
The top to bottom, because like Third Strike's a step up, right? I have a top to bottom in the chamber ready to fucking go. Curious if you have any.
I think DMC3's presentation is way better than DMC4's.
I like 4 more.
Okay.
Top to bottom, KOF 2000 was so hot. It was the hottest shit, dude.
Yeah, it was pretty hot.
Top to bottom,
Yeah,
2000 had this amazing startup, and the intro, title screen, how to play, and character select music, and then striker select were all the same journey through the beat. It was one track that fucking starts out, and the moment you get the how to play, the music builds, and then the beat drops as soon as you exit how to play and land on character select. After you pick those characters, it drops down when you go to pick your striker, and then fades away by the time it says versus and the 2 characters go head to head.
I gotta say, I'm fairly shocked that you said King of Fighters 2000, because there's a really, really easy one.
Well, before the obvious, when you jump over to 2001, you get the most garbage, uneventful, lazy, boring Bluetooth, and it's that forever, and it's terrible, and that entire thing is just not fun or interesting. There's other KOFs go wild and different with it. Some of them are liked, some of them are disliked. A lot of people find KOF 11 to be pretty stagnant and boring. I like the clean graphic design look on it. I
appreciate it. I don't prefer it.
I don't mind it, right? The jump over to 13 was kind of wacky, but it is what it is. 14, you know, whatever. But in terms of presentation, HUD, all that shit, 2000 to 2001 is fucking trash. And CVS2 was not trash. It just was less cool than CVS1.
Yeah. All right, I've got one for you.
Sure.
The first 3 Resident Evil games have incredible title screens. Almost every Resident Evil game after that has shit title screens. RE1 has a fucking live action chase on Chris, and then the blood spray, and then choo-choo, and then it goes, you click on it, goes Resident Evil, and it's the weirdest stupid shit ever. RE2 has the intro cutscene with the Capcom thing. Remember that era? And then it loads into the eyeball, Resident Evil 2. And RE3 does something very similar. Code Veronica has a fucking title screen that's like Chris and Claire's fucking CG heads. And it doesn't JPEG. And it does not say Code Veronica. 4's is alright. 5's terrible. 6 is fucking terrible. Like, get that giraffe dick in your mouth.
Last one. Metroid Prime.
Oh, the winner. Can't be topped.
Part 1 being one of the best menus in a video game. And then 2 was cool with the fucking electric connecting, like, little float rotating things, tiles. And then, like, 3, I don't really fully remember. And then Trilogy just got rid of all of them and just made the game load up on a boring-ass menu. It got rid of all the fucking cool presentation. And when you start on the Trilogy screen, it just goes right to the game itself.
Yeah, it sucks.
You lost an entire song. That was the title theme song for Metroid Prime.
You're super right. I
Right?
never realized you lose a song on that version.
The thing that was like the Metroid theme, except with like alien kind of notes kicking in, and then the griggling, you know?
That's super real.
Da, 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 da. That thing is gone because of the fucking trilogy cut.
Granted, like, trilogy's incredible otherwise, because you got them 3 games, but it's just like...
Get the fucking originals, get the disc, and you can enjoy those menus. That's completely unreasonable.
All right, I got one for you.
All right.
NBA Street, Volume 2 to Volume 3.
Oh, my God. Rock the party. Rock the party. Rock the party.
Soundtrack wasn't as good. The style on the effects wasn't as good. The overall art style wasn't as good.
Yeah.
It had online play,
Yeah.
but it was a step down in every other way.
Dude,
particularly Indivisibles.
every replay, and every time you cut the replay from a different angle, it plays the chorus at echo
It's fucking...
before you
yeah.
dunk. Yeah, Street.
NBA Street Volume 2 is one of the all-time
Street.
greatest like classic sports games, and it sucks that it never got a real follow-up.
Oh, my God.
Home Court was okay.
Yo, the Game Breaker music.
Yeah.
Duh. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Street's a bad one. All right. There you go.
Podcast is over now.
That's the done of it.
By the way, I forgot to say that what I'm doing with my life, I'm going to be streaming Resident Evil 3 on Thursday and Friday this week. It's going to be 3 p.m. streams because I'm waking up at 5:30 a.m. Fuck me. And then over on Saturday, I'm going to do some FF7. Going to do the Disc 2 shit. That's going to be over twitch.tv/angriestpat.
Yep. Like I said, more Death Stranding, more jank-ass fighters for fun on Thursday. More...
No, jank-ass fighters for glory.
And more Salt Party coming at you this weekend over on Woolly Versus. And thank you to everyone for the board game suggestions and for even handing over some board games even. I got some stuff
I'm
over
looking at some
MagFest.
shit over there.
I got a table full of board games, and I took a picture. You guys saw it on Twitter if you
Yo, that bottom one is fucking sick.
And I'm still taking more suggestions, but of course, I have to take the chance to fucking learn these things before we crack them out. So it's going to be a little bit, but yeah, Table Lords does continue as well. So check that out over on Woolly Versus. Thank you guys.
And of course, we'll see you for the next week's podcast next week.
Anything witty to end it on?
Nah.
How do you feel about a dog named George?
I can live with that. It's got to be a small dog, though.
Skirting the line.
Yeah.
Skirts the line. George
is like a royal name.
It could almost... But there's Georges that work.
I'd rather have a dog named Costanza.
I mean, that's fine. That's totally fine. George is skirting the line because George could work either type of job.
Yeah.